So September is almost here, which means the magical readathon is almost here. If you're not sure what the magical readathon is, if you're like, what the heck is an Aurelium? Well, hello, I am here to introduce it to you. This is not my challenge. This challenge is from G of Book Roast. There's a link in the description box to her channel and also her introductory video for this semester in particular, because this is the kind of reading challenge that happens every year, twice a year, plus a bunch of extra bonus goodie type things. So I'm going to try and walk you through it today, try and kind of show you how I've built my character in this world, because this is very much like a D&D roleplay game kind of take on a reading challenge, which makes it very fun, very exciting, and you can certainly get lost in the weeds very quickly. I certainly did. I was kind of looking at all the materials for this and thinking, oh my god, where do I even start? This is such a mission. So if you want to do this with me, then we're going to go through the whole process. If you just want to journal and chill, then that's cool too. I'm not your manager. I'm not going to make you do this. So let me know in the chat, what is it that you're working on while you're watching this? Are you going to be setting up a reading journal like I'm doing here, or are you just going to be like pottering in your journal, doing whatever else? But the first thing that I wanted for the kind of like start of my magical readathon Aurelium pages was the map of the world. So our world is called Aurelia. Yeah, I believe I'm pronouncing these correctly. I could be pronouncing them wrong though, so I'm trying. But here is our world. You can see in the middle we have Aurelium, which is the magical academy, which is where we are going to be going for September. So for 2 months of the year, we go to Aurelium, we study to learn our magical crafts based on what kind of magic job or calling we're going to be undertaking, but we'll get to that in a bit. So this map is not something that I made. This is provided to us from G. She has a Google Drive, which I think is quite funny. It's like a G Drive and her name is G, but anyways, Google Drive with a bunch of different files, which also doesn't help with getting completely lost into the weeds of things, because obviously it's like a fantasy realm, so things have like fantasy names and such, and if you don't really know what they are, you don't necessarily know where to look for what. But this one is our map of the world. So we have the different continents which your character can be like hailing from, and then we have Aurelium in the middle, which we're all venturing to so that we can go to our like magic school effectively. So in terms of printing this one out, I just printed it on an A4 sticker paper sheet and then just stuck the entire thing in. I think I did a fairly decent job of getting it aligned properly, but flipping over, we have the story of Aldea. This one, again, is a document that's provided to us. I'm not going to read through all of this, but long story short of it, it's a lot nicer when G tells you the story because it's a lot more eloquently put. But magic media called the Amorolite, effectively, like, or Amalor. I think that, yeah, Amalor is the meteor. It bought the Amorolite, which is like a magic rock, magic stone kind of thing. So it crashed into the world, whoopah, effectively centered around Aurelium here, and then big old crater. This is where the magic school got built, because over time they realized that it kind of like heightened the magic in the world. There was already magic here before, but it kind of, made the magic stronger effectively. So here's the story of Aldea and how Aurelium came to be, so like how it was established. I think it's so awesome. She's done such a cool job of like building in the story and stuff and making it feel like a fully fleshed out world, so that's very exciting. So you can totally go to her G Drive, go like print this off, have a read of it, all of that kind of thing. I just printed it off so that we have A5 sheets, because it's like an A4 document, I think, and then stuck them in here, so that looks all good. And then we have character creation. So as said, this is very kind of like roleplay game kind of inspired. So you get to make your character, you get to figure out like where they came from, all of this kind of a thing. But in order to do that, because I find that making characters is a little tricky without like a buttload of inspiration. So in terms of documents that she's given us, let's see, we're going to press on this one. No, we're going to do this one. So we have the document called A Brief History of Aldea, which has the story that we were just talking about. Scroll. So Aldea, that's where we're based, the world. So our story about how this world came to be in terms of like the magic here and such. And then we have the continents. So she tells us more about like what kind of people hail from each of the continents, what's special about each of them individually, and you can kind of start to pick out which one you want your character to be kind of based from. So this one here, I think it's like very much about like wildlife, nature, what is continent enjoys a perpetual spring season type thing. So that's one of them. What Eartheria? I can't say any of these words, but hopefully you guys can read it. We have Dark Meadow, which is like a very hostile environment. So like people don't actually live on the surface of this continent. It's very much like an underground type deal. So as it says here, like, yeah, terrain is very difficult for those who are native even to navigate. So all of the cities are underground, so sheltered inside the mountains, which is kind of cool. So that's another one of our continents. And then we have Carador, which I thought sounded cool. So that's where my character is going to hail from. So steeped in the magic stone or amarylite, continent's magical energy concentration is second only to Aurelium itself. So I'm like, heck yeah, let's come from the magic place. Why not? But the thing about this one that kind of got me is that it's very much like it's like the party continent. It's the one that has like all of your like taverns and inns and like theaters and stuff like that. And I'm like, yep, that sounds great. We're gonna do that. And then our last one here is more like kind of desert plains type of a deal. So this is the largest of the continents, known for very orderly giant cities containing the largest amount of scientific facilities. So this is effectively like the sci-fi town in my mind. Like, so you get to pick which one your character hails from. We're going to talk a little bit more about like kind of, this is a reading challenge. And so when you develop your character, there are also ways to kind of like read to develop your character. You don't have to do that. You can just pick and choose. Like G very much says that if you're just joining this like now, you definitely do not have to go back and like read to develop your character. But I decided that for all of the bits and pieces for my character, I was going to try and pick reads from this year that I've already done and see if I can tie it to the prompts that were given when character creation kind of happened. So one of the things to decide though is, where does your character hail from? Now, obviously, with all of these different little places, they've got like their own kind of characteristics and stuff. You probably want to read through them and such. And it also gives us some information about what, I guess, races of characters come from each space. Like not very, very specifically, like if you are a dwarf, you must come from here, or if you are an elf, you must come from here. But it does give us some information about like, the majority of like beings that live in this space are humans and elves, or like the majority of beings in this space are XYZ. So you can decide it that way. I kind of decided my continent before I decided my character, because I was just like, yep, I want to be from the party town. I need to be where all of the like taverns and inns are. I like that one the most. But I guess it very much depends on what kind of character you're trying to develop. So that's one of the decisions that we're going to want to make. In terms of putting this into my journal, so this is just all going in my reading journal. I did debate making a fully new journal for this reading challenge because there is so much to go into it. But I also know that I kind of want to use this journal up before the end of the year. So I thought I'd do all of my character building in here. So what I've done though is I've just printed off a full sheet sticker of the information for my continent, and we're going to stick that one here because on the other side we're going to do kind of like a little fact file about my character. I found the character development process very tricky, mainly because there's just so many options, because we're going to get into looking at like, the different races that our characters can be and all of that kind of stuff. Now, where did I put my tape? I have a large selection of things that I use in my reading journal off to the side here. Try to link most of them in the description box, but won't necessarily use all of them. Well, I hope not. There's a lot of tape here, but these are the kind of bits and pieces that I typically use in my reading journal because I like it to have a really kind of cohesive color palette. But all very browns and beiges, lovely. But in terms of sticking these ones in, oh my gosh. Okay, so you know how these are like full sheet stickers? Like this one goes across the entire of the 2 pages, and then this one is 2 individual ones. I stuck this one in first, was feeling very confident, like, yes, we've got it, we can do it. We're going so well. Flipped over the page to stick these ones in and accidentally stuck them in upside down. So I was like, awesome, we'll flip back and see whether oh, I must have skipped a page and then flipped again. I'm like, no, I stuffed this up. I had to pull both of these stickers off and try and re-stick them. Yeah, that was fun. Not. Would recommend if you're going to be doing full sheets of stickers and putting them into your reading journal or otherwise, do make sure to pay attention to which direction you're sticking them in. What sticker paper do I use? I use Avery sticker labels, mainly because I live at the ass end of the world, New Zealand. Love it. But it's also hard to get things like online labels here, because I know that online labels are ones that people in the States in particular like to use. In theory, they are decently priced, I think. I'm not sure. But for where I live, they are not decently priced because you have to pay for the shipping, and the shipping is killer. So we're just going to decorate the corners of this one, just using some of this map tape, which I have been using this map tape through so many pages in this journal, which is probably good that I have literally 3 rolls of it, because pretty much anytime I do an order from Stationery Pal in particular, I just get another one. I probably, and it's going to take me a very long time to use it all up, but I'll trim this back gently, hopefully. You know, always turn your journal to face the direction that you find cutting the easiest, she says, not following her own advice. Yes, you made it to a live stream. Yay! Yeah, I think that the map tape is great because it's kind of, I think, old map. I think it's got places that don't necessarily exist anymore and like old spelling of places, but it's quite good for just some kind of neutral background decoration, which is what I primarily use it for. So we've got that corner done. I mean, we haven't trimmed away the edge, but we'll do that in a bit. And we also want to do the top corner here, which we'll probably need some more tape for. But when it comes to character design, so this is effectively what we're working on now. So you need to pick your continent. You don't have to pick any of these first. You don't have to pick them in the same order I did either. Like that's also probably worth noting. You might want to pick your race first before you go and pick your continent, because you might want to have it so that your character is kind of based appropriately, considering what race you decided on. Not to say that you can't hail from anywhere. Like my character, as we said, hails from Carador, but there's nothing really in the description that says that people of my race are actually from Carador, so like it doesn't really matter. We're just going to pretend that people can come from anywhere, because I guess this entire thing is pretend, so they can. Another thing that I wanted to kind of do was make it so that then my character is effectively me in a way. Like they're not called Jess, but I wanted my character to very much vibe with my own personality, mainly because I'm not going to read for somebody else. Like if I'm going to be undertaking all these magical studies, then, you know, I'm going to be reading for me, not for some complete mystery person. But of course this is, you know, fantasy, so you can get quite out there with it, which I very much appreciate. And you can kind of go as easy mode or as extra as you want to, which I think is pretty cool. So we're going to stick this one down. When I stick down full size sticker sheets like this, mission, I tend to start on the longest edge just because it's easier to make sure everything's lined up if the longest edge lines up, you know, provided the longest edge is actually straight. So we're going to pull this guy back from the sticker paper, but we're not going to pull the whole thing off. We're just going to pull off the side, because it's a lot harder to deal with something that is fully sticky backed than just an edge. If I can get the edge lined up, then I can go and stick the rest of it in. Makes it a little bit easier. So things to decide on. Which continent is your character going to hail from? Of the 4 that we have, you can go and have a read of those materials. I do have a link to the G drive I can send to you, so I'll send that to you once I've stuck this down. And then you also want to decide what race your character is. And once you've decided on your race, you also need to give them things like a name. You might want to consider like kind of like backstory for your character if you want to. That one's like not super necessary, but I've seen some people online do that, which I thought was really cool. I think that people get very into this. Now, like I kind of mentioned, while I decided on my continent pretty early on, pretty much everything else for my character, I didn't really decide until I had picked other things related to actual like magic school. So once we get to magic school, you have to decide what what are they called? Like guilds, which is like it's like a schoolhouse effectively, but guild you're going to be in, and different guilds have kind of different focuses or like specialities and stuff. And then you also want to decide on your calling or like effectively like a school major. Yeah, so like what are you studying at school? So I kind of worked a little bit backwards. I figured out what my guild was going to be. We'll talk about that in a second. And then once I figured out my guild and my calling, my schoolhouse and my major, then I worked backwards to figure out what my race was going to be and that kind of stuff. Right? Do we need some extra toner for this? In the assumption you're talking about like printer toner, maybe lots of printing. I've done a lot of printing for this one. I spent the entire of yesterday trying to figure out how I wanted to lay all these pages out and like which parts I wanted to print versus which parts I wanted to write in, like mission. But anywho, so we've got this stuck in. As promised, I am going to send you a link to that drive. She does, yes, have all of these files in black and white. I just prefer to have it in the brown kind of beige tone because I work in browns and beiges for this pretty much entire journal, like browns, beiges. Ignore the book covers. They obviously get the colors of the book covers. But now we've got this one. Now we want to talk about the rest of my character, kind of development story type deal. And to do this, I'm going to have a panel of washi go down the side. And I think for that one, I'm going to use this guy, which is from Petals and Parchment set over on the washi tape shop. I love this tape. It's great. Again, very brown, very beigey. And we're going to stick that down the edge because I'm going to layer some things over the top of this, just like my character picture and other bits and pieces. So sticking that one over here. Now, I know that some people write like full-blown backstories for their characters, which I think is cool as heck, but I also know that I'm not going to do that. I don't like writing enough or like handwriting enough to warrant writing a full backstory. I have seen some people do like full-blown diaries based on being their character, which I think is the coolest way to do this type of reading journal type setup for this type of challenge, because it is the kind of thing that you can get very in depth with. I was watching videos yesterday just for inspiration and stuff, and one person had gone through and made backstories for their character, their character's parents, their character's best friend, their character's brother, their character's brother's best friend. Like, I'm not kidding. They actually did this. And it just, oh, God, it was so cool, though, because they've got, like, really built-in, like, kind of context for their character based on the other people in their character's life, which I thought was pretty swell. So I'm going to trim off the corners later. I'm being a little bit lazy with those. But what we're going to need to do is we're going to have a title on the page. We're also going to stick in a picture of our character. So this is my character. She's so cute. We love her. And we're going to stick that one up here. And then we're going to have a little kind of like card with her name. So in the documents that you'll find in the G drive, they have this thing called a scholar's key, which is a fancy way of saying like it's like your ID. So in the scholar's key, it has places to write down your name, your guild, your calling. It has spaces to write down your like race, where you hail from, were you from like an urban or a wilding kind of environment, all of that kind of stuff. I didn't want to put anything related to my calling or my guild on here, mainly because I'm kind of thinking of this like a journey or a story. All right. So we start with the the world itself, then thinking about like the origins of the world, we have the world's origin stories, and then we're introduced to the character. But we're introduced to the character, in my mind, before she goes to school. So before she's been accepted into a guild, or before she's decided to embark on her journey to Aurelium or anything like that. So in my summary sheet, I'm not going to put anything related to her school undertakings. I'm going to put that later. I find that most people do tend to stick to the scholar's key kind of structure, and they do put in things related to their calling or major and their schoolhouse or guild. But I'm not going to do that. So we're going to put her here-ish. She's cute, and we're going to have a little title card. I'm going to use one of these little tickets for the title card. These ones are from Stationery Pal, I think, and I kind of don't want to use brown ones for these. Usually the brown ones are my go-to, but because I have so much brown in other sections, I think I'm gonna go with maybe that one. That looks kind of cute. I like the ones with lines. Actually, in particular, I like the ones with a border. I think I've got one that's already partially used for that though, so I'll use that one. This one's kind of slightly more pink tone. I don't know if you can tell. Did you create your character or find the image? It's so pretty. Yeah, I just went and found I was like Bing AI generator or whatever and just typed in a kind of brief description. I figured at the end of the day, I'm like, I'm not selling this picture. I don't really mind so much if it's going to be AI generated just to stick into my journal. And it also means that you get a bit of flexibility. I know that some people use, I think it's called like Pixaboo or something. I don't know what it's called, obviously. But there are some kind of like character building generators, especially linked through G's Discord server that people use, but they're more kind of cartoon based pictures of their characters. I think they're used in things like D&D and fantasy roleplay campaigns and stuff like that for people to make their characters. So you can find ones that give you a more kind of like cartoon-esque style for your character, mainly because doing those ones, it's a lot easier to like switch pieces out. Did you guys ever do that when you were in, I don't know, high school, middle school or whatever? They had the little like, I think they were called cyber dolls or whatever, and you could just switch out like their hair and their skin color and their clothes and stuff, and it would just like build your little character. Yeah, it's effectively like that kind of thing, except a little bit more upmarket because not everything's super pixelated. I was obsessed with those, mainly because everybody in my year level was obsessed with those. But so yeah, more like elementary. Yeah, okay. Call me out. I'm not very good with remembering what ages things actually happened. So, in terms of this little card here, this is where I'm going to have my character's name. And the name is one of the last things I worked on because, as said, I really wanted this character to be like me. I wanted it effectively to have characteristics that are very similar to myself. Without kind of even really intending on that happening either. When we get to the part about picking out your guild or like schoolhouse quote, there's a quiz like a BuzzFeed quiz. It's like 5 questions long, and it effectively tells you which one you should be in. And I did the quiz, and I was like, okay, yep, that's absolutely perfect. But anywho, so thinking about my character and her name, I wanted to take my name. So I started with JashiiCorrin. And I wanted to rearrange the letters so that then I could have her name. I was like, I want a first and a last, and I'm going to do that. I found that one too hard. I couldn't do it with Jashi, so I decided to change it to my actual name. So that is Jessica Corrin. Which, if you then have a look at my last name, I have so many of the same letters over and over again, like IACS, like just all through my name, so many. But anyways, so I decided not to use my last name too hard. And the name that I ended up with was RAIJN. So her name is Rain. The J is silent because where the heck am I going to fit a J in if it's not at the start of her name? And then her last name, I'm just going to write it down. So it's SCO C E R I S. And the last S is silent, so it's sorcery. Ha ha ha. So what is that? S C O C E R I S. Perfect. That's her name. Love it. So it was a mission. I have like my little kind of like working sheet over here, which is just really messy. But that is the name of my character. I like the idea of it having a silent J. It feels very fantasy. I am not an author. I will never be an author. I find the names that they use for characters in some of those fantasy books to be so like, what did you do? Just like kick a Scrabble board down the stairs and be like, yep, looks good. Anyways, so we're gonna put her name on here. Oh gosh. R A I J N. Make sure that we put the dots on so we don't think it's a Y. It kind of looks like a Y though, so it could be Rain with a Y. And then her last name, which I always stuff up, which is funny because I have a last name that a lot of people stuff up too. So it feels very like we are the same person. Look, it's me. It's totally my likeness. It's not my likeness. But S C O C E R I S. Beautiful. Done. So that one is going to sit here looking super cute. She's going to sit there looking super cute. Just need to roughly decide on locations of where I want to put these things. I think that roughly here. There you go. Draw a little arrow so I know where to stick things down. Dying, kicked a Scrabble down the stairs. Well, that's kind of what it feels like. I mean, you get some novels that have what I'm going to say is like kind of basic names. So those ones, it's not too hard to pronounce or figure out what it is they're trying to tell us and that kind of stuff. But some of the names that they have in these books, I'm just like, how does one even come up with that? And then how does one say it? But there we go. She looks good. We need a bevy. Where's my drink? Oh no, where's my drink? I know I put it on here somewhere. Yeah, some of them are really like if you're listening to the audiobook, usually you can figure out how to pronounce them, but I don't do a lot of audiobooks, so it's kind of like, okay, let's just trust in the heart of the cards and hope for the best. We're going to stick this one here. That one's going to need double-sided tape. Where is my roller? So put that one here. So this is the first time I have committed really to like fully developing my character and putting in a TBR and all of this kind of stuff. But I have previously tried to do the magical readathon. I say tried. It was barely a try. So my friends, Rachel, Scotty, Monica, like they've all done this at least for I think a year, if not more. So their characters are like, well on their way to getting their degrees in whatever chosen field they have. Whereas my character, I tried to start one last year, but the idea of making a TBR that I had to try and stick to, that was really unappealing. So I didn't kind of follow through. I set up a character, didn't give them a name, had like general kind of ideas about them, but it didn't get a lot further than that. And they were in a house called Order of the Crescent, I believe. This time around, I effectively just decided to start completely again because I thought it would just be a better approach to really go in with the intention of fully fleshing out my character, figuring out who they were and all of the bits and pieces about them. So for the part down here, what I'm going to want to put in, because I said I don't really want to put in the parts about their school guild or anything like that. I just want to put in the kind of the very background stuff. So where they're coming from, what their race or what I'm going to call like heritage is, and then, oh wait, what am I, I've got, there's three. and I've given them a name, but I can't remember which one was which. So there's heritage, province, and background. So I guess that this would be province. Background would possibly be like what I'm calling their like urban versus wilding. There are different names that G gives them. Let's go see if we can go and open up the Scholar's Key and I can kind of show you what I'm talking about because it'll be a little bit easier to understand here. Scholar's Key. And we're going to want to put that here so that you can see it. I need to like find where I'm presenting my screen so that I can show it to you. So that would be this one. So this is the Scholar's Key. So you can see at the top we have our name, we have guild, which is your schoolhouse. I'm not putting that in. Calling, so you're a school major. I'm not putting that in. Certification, so novice, apprentice, adept, and master. And this is effectively just like where are you in your journey? We all start at novice because you haven't started studying kind of a thing. So during this school term or semester, I will be studying towards my novice ship or whatever you'd call it. We have a box here that you can put a picture, your background, which is wilding or urban, so you kind of city-based or very much like out in nature kind of based. Province, so which of the different continents do you hail from, and then heritage. Okay, so those are the ones. I decided to put these the other way around because it made more sense in my mind to start big and work to small because I feel like heritage is the biggest of these three, and then province is like, very much like location on the map, and then background is more like city on the map kind of a thing. So then we have what? Lunar phase of birth. I just decided to leave that off because it doesn't seem to have any kind of impact on the story at all. So I didn't really feel much need to put it in. Plus, I would probably just have been like, unnoted, je ne sais pas. I did, though, what I did do, because this character is, in theory, Jess, I decided to go and have a look at any kind of like space-based happenings on my birth date, and in theory it was one of the like biggest nights for a certain meteor shower. Like the meteor shower went over like a week or something, and the most meteors was supposed to be on the day that I was born. So I'm like, well, that's exciting. I mean, it wasn't where I was born, it wasn't happening there, but it's still kind of cool. So that looks cute. Then we've also got conduit, guild legacy, and then scholars traits. I'm not putting any of those kind of things in, mainly because the conduit and the guild legacy come from, or like a kind of more so related to school. So I'm going to be putting that later in my journal setup. So we'll get to it, just not right now. So things that I am putting in though: heritage, province, background. Now, when it comes to building your character or whatever, like we kind of said, this is still a reading challenge. So there are prompts that you can read for to kind of align with your character's background. So I'm calling this heritage study. I don't know if it actually has a name, but that's what I'm calling it. So I'm going to put in 3 book covers down the bottom here, which relate to my character, and these come from prompts that help you build your character. So what are those prompts? Great question. I don't think anybody asked, but I'm asking because I can't remember where I found them. I believe it must be. It might be, yeah, in the Traveler's Key. Because again, all of these things have a whole bunch of different names. You don't have to do this. This is actually completely not necessary. I just figured if I could find books that I've already read this year that would fit with this information, then I would put it in. So I'm gonna figure out which one of these I usually use. There we go, that looks better. So as you can see here, for your province, you have the 4 different locales. Let's see if I can zoom you in a little bit. I don't know how to zoom in on this. Oh gosh, I probably just have to press the zoom. There we go. That looks better. We can actually read it now, can't we? Love that. So in terms of province, if you are from Desert Town, then you read a book set in the desert. Makes sense. If you're from Dark Meadow, then you read a Dark Academia book. If you're from Etheria, oh my god. Yeah, read a book that features Fae or Elven characters because that's the highest concentration of Elven people in this realm. And then from Carador, read a book from an ongoing series. So the book that I picked, I think, was Iron Flame because the series isn't finished. So I've recently read that one. So I'm like, well, hey, I've already read it. Then it's like I've built my character based on that. So that is one of them. In terms of heritage, so this is where you start to pick what race effectively your character is. So we have the dwarves, we have earthlings, which is effectively like Avatar: The Last Airbender kind of deal. So it's effectively just like people with elemental magic, but they're called earthlings. We have elves, humans, Elterians, and the Skymorn. So in the brief history of Aldea, that kind of booklet that we were looking at before, this one is kind of like the place to start. If you scroll down, 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 you have sections on the people, and it gives you information about these characters. So what they kind of look like, we've got descriptions of them, what kind of affinities do they have, and because of their affinities, I did not pick my race until very last. Like, in terms of character building, I did this after I'd even gotten into a guild and after I decided on what calling I wanted to do. Mainly because I wanted my character's affinities, the things that they're supposedly really good at, I wanted those to align with the calling or like school major that I picked. So again, you don't have to do this in particular order, but if we go back to our Traveler's Key, if you want to be a dwarf, you have to read science fiction. If you want to be an earthling, then you read a book with elemental magic, or something about fire, water, earth kind of thing. If you want to be an elf, then there need to be moons or stars on the cover or title. Humans read a contemporary or a non-fiction book. Elterians have a book with a crow on the cover or title, or a red cover book. And then a Skymorn read one of the oldest books you have on your TBR. And this all kind of makes sense when you actually go in and start to read about what these characters are and, like, what the kind of races are. I'm not going to read them all to you because you can do that yourself. It did take me a while to figure this out, but I have decided that my character is a dwarf. So what I did was I stuck in little blurb about dwarves here. So what is it? Dwarves are extremely critical, analytical, and logical. I'm like, sure, my character can be extremely logical and critical. I feel like I am kind of a critical person sometimes. Yeah, responsible for the majority of Aldea's breakthroughs. Dwarven women in particular are famous for their innovative science. So, these are our science bros. And thus to actually, be a dwarf. Again, I say actually. You don't have to read any of this. I just decided I wanted to pull from my backlog, but you have to do a science fiction, so I picked The Long Way to a Small Angry Planet for that one. So I'm going to stick that one in as well. And then the last part about your kind of where you hail from is the idea of, like, are you urban or wild kind of based? Is that down or up? Must be up. Scroll, scroll, scroll. So for your background, if you're a wilding, then you read a book that's largely set in a forest or outside, or if you're urban, you sit in a city or town. So I decided that Bride would work for that because it's more kind of like city town based. So not necessary, but I thought it was kind of cute, and I figured I would put those on here as kind of like a study of my history kind of a thing. So my character has kind of like read into their heritage and kind of researched that. It was the idea that I was going with. I thought that was kind of cute. So we're going to need to stick those ones down. I'm not sure where to stick them. Maybe here? I think that kind of works, or possibly here. Because I need a little box for a label and then the 3 lines underneath here. I think I'll put my 3 lines in to kind of like write out what the prompts are for these things, because I think I'd like to record what the prompts are. So we'll put these 3 over to the side so I can deal with them in a second. And then put this over here. Whee! 1, 2, 3. Yep. Because then underneath that is where I will have a little header, and then I'll have 1, 2, 3. That looks cute. Yeah. So we can stick those ones in. So in terms of my character, we have their like heritage or race, I suppose, is dwarven. I was tossing up between that and human because I kind of just like the idea of, like, epic fantasy realm. She's just a regular gal kind of a thing. I thought that was funny. And then they hail from Carador. and they hail from kind of like urban area rather than a nature-esque area, because Jess and the outside don't mix, so I feel like Rain and the outside won't mix either. Which is funny because her name is Rain. And rain typically happens outside. But stick in our little book covers. All of these ones I just printed off by going and finding the covers on Goodreads, sizing them appropriately in Microsoft Word, and then printing them off on sticker paper. We have a full video on like how I actually do that process on the channel. It's worth checking out if you want to print off little book covers for your reading journal or regular journal or anything like that. So cute little covers. And I think I'm gonna write in what the prompt for each of these were, and I'm gonna use a brown pen for that, sticking with our distinct color palette that we have here. How do you keep up with all these readathons? Because coming off the deck of TBR-a-thon, you have no energy. No, completely understand. This one I was planning on doing in August, because usually it happens in August. So I kind of, at the start of July, I think I had decided, like, I'm going to do this, and I kind of committed to my friends. I'm like, messaged them. I'm like, just so you know, you can hold me to it. I'm going to do this one. And then it didn't happen in August. And I was like, oh, I was really looking forward to it. Like, so then I took up Deck of TBR-a-thon to kind of fill that gap. We'll flip back, I'll show you. I stuck in the covers of the books that I read for Deck of TBR-a-thon because I thought it would be kind of nice to have that as a summary. I do not think I'm going to finish another book before the end of the month, considering it's like the 31st for me. But I do technically have 2 more spaces here, and there's enough space to put something in here. If by some miracle I manage to read another one or 2, it probably won't happen. But coming off of a month where I read like two books, I think, maybe, going to a month with 10, I'm just like, oh. So, as we kind of mentioned, this readathon happens twice a year. Like, there's 2 kind of months that it happens in particular. But one of the things that G says is that, like, you don't actually have to read these in the month. Like, and I definitely do not intend to, because the books that I have picked out for my character's calling, their school major, I'm not going to be able to finish all of those in 1 month. That would be silly. So I think that the nice part about a readathon like this one is that because it's not team-based, you don't have to do things at a set schedule. Like, for instance, in terms of this, like, character making kind of stuff, you don't have to read to develop your character. I just decided that I liked the idea of having books tied to specific things for my character, so I've put them in. So, for heritage, what do we say? I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. I love that song. Dwarf. And then a science fiction book. Fiction book. For this space up here, I'm probably just gonna put in some kind of like decoration, anything. But I haven't decided what kind of decoration, so stay tuned. We'll see what happens. Province. Carador. And for that one, we need to read from an ongoing series. And then background is urban. So it is set in a city or town. Or town. Gorge. So, magical readathon got you back into reading. Yeah, I think that this is the kind of thing about it, right? Is that it just helps to make the process more fun. Not to say that reading isn't fun. That's not what I mean. But it just it gives it a kind of like elevated feeling. Is what I kind of think of it as. It feels very special. And I think that that's also something that I find with my reading journal. Like, my reading journal makes reading feel more special, and it elevates the hobby for me. So you're hoping to get it done before the Lightfall event, if there is one, yeah. And as we kind of talked about, like, at the start, this is a very fleshed out kind of world. There's more than just the, you know, spring and autumn equinoxes, which are the things that we're doing, like the September and April reading challenges type thing, the semesters that we go back to school. So they are kind of tied to the equinoxes is the idea. You know, I don't think they technically align with our equinoxes, but this also isn't our world. This is, you know, a completely different world, Haldia, so it's fine. But I just want to write underneath this which ones each of these are tied to, because it'll make it a little more, it'll be easier when I come back to use this page, and I'll be able to figure out what I was actually doing for each of these. So I'm going to write heritage, province, and background. There we go. Cute. We're also going to need to have a little header that says heritage study, because I think that would be kind of nice. I kind of like the idea of this book or these pages being as if my character kind of made them, not to the same extent that some people have done where they've, you know, like fully written out journal entries and all of this kind of stuff, but more so just like a little what's the word for it? It's like a record of achievement kind of a thing. How did you decide where to put this in your journal, since it's a yearly journal and this is recurring? Good question. I decided to put it in here rather than a separate journal, mainly because if I were to put it in a separate journal, then I feel like it's a very big commitment to keep up with it. Not to say that I'm not going to be doing this or like continuing with it or anything, but I just figured that this is like my trial run kind of a deal. I also have decided that this is the last year in this notebook because I have this much space remaining. But I was also thinking that I might want to change up my approach to how I do my reading journal next year, especially because, like, you know, this year I've gone and added things like movies and stuff in here as well. And I've decided to put a little blurb in for every single thing that I consume. And that was certainly a choice. Oh my god. I don't want to necessarily do that moving forward. So I figured this is a really good way to kind of give it a trial run, also use up some pages, have a bit of fun with it, which is kind of nice. But you just started your first Bujo in August. That's awesome. And I'm glad that you could be here for our live stream. So I'm going to need to grab some paper to do the header for this. I just need to figure out where I put it. I've moved everything around in my office, of course. That's how we roll in the Shire. There we go. That's cute. So this one's just a little grid notepad. I believe it's also from Stationery Pal. And I'm just going to cut along here and write down heritage study. I use pretty much the same lettering style for all of my headers in this journal. So all of the little blurbs have the same header. All of these have the same kind of header style. I don't know how big I want to make this. Probably about that size, but I don't know if I'll be able to fit heritage study there. We're going to just pretend. HERITGESTUDY. It'll be tight. It'll be tight, but I don't want it to be tight. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So I'm going to put it up here so that then it doesn't have to be as tight. H. Here. It. R. Study. That looks good. Yeah. Pen doesn't like to do the curve, it doesn't seem, but that's okay. It doesn't look too bad. I've just thickened up that line a little too much, but that's okay. And we can just, I have a big issue with saving offcuts from things and just not being able to let them go. In the recent video that we did, which was, flexible layouts and how to use the same kind of layout structure to make multiple different styles of pages in your journal, that one was great for being able to use some of my offcuts, because I feel compelled to save every little bit of paper, because I'm like, oh, these supplies, they're a limited resource, and what if you need a little bit and you're a little bit short and you threw out that piece and rah rah rah, and I'm just like, yep, good job, just guilting yourself into hoarding stuff. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put this in the recycling. Damn, what an achievement. It's sad because it feels like an achievement. But this little label here, that's going to be cute, and then we can just do some simple decoration around the outside of that. Love it. So you're thinking of starting a different bujo. You might start with yeah, okay, fair, makes sense. I am excited to consider my reading journal in particular for next year. I haven't really given myself an opportunity to think about bullet journal specifically, mainly because I find that even when I set up for the month, I get to the start of the month and I've already started to change my mind about stuff. So I kind of try and leave setting up my New Year journal kind of as long as possible within reason, because I do still like to get those videos out early for people. Thank you. Round of applause for me. I threw away the paper, which means I can actually open the Coke that I found. have a cheeky bevy because I haven't had a drink yet. Oh my gosh. We've been going for 51 minutes. This cola is warm. It's not. Tink. There we go. Got to keep hydrated. Oh my gosh. So this is looking pretty swell. I don't know how I want to decorate that. I'm just going to check. Yeah. So I usually, for the headers, put in these little cross pieces of washi tape because I just like the way it looks. So we're going to do that. This one is, again, a set from the washi tape shop, but I don't believe they have it available anymore, which makes me very sad because it's actually just excellent. You can get similar style tapes, though, from Stationery Pal that just have the simple grid. So that's probably where I'll get my next one. Like, I've already actually got a replacement for this one. I like the little grids, though. I think they're quite sweet. So I just cut off a very small strip of that. And then I just position it so it looks like it's securing this guy down, which I think I'm going to do that one. Yeah. Point. It's just a small detail and it adds a lot of kind of character, I think, to the page. And it brings me joy, so I don't mind doing it, even if it's fiddly work. Point. Make sure it's straight, otherwise that'll irk me. There we go. Gorgeous. Oh my god. So cute, so cute. Next year, your reading journal is going to be in the TN. That's cool. I'm very interested in the idea of traveler's notebooks, like what I'm going to call proper, quote, quote, proper traveler's notebooks, where you have all of the different separate sections and stuff. I think that there's a lot of flexibility in that. I just don't think that... I don't think I'd actually be able to stick with it, but I like the idea of exploring it. Let's see, what happened to the backup you picked during the washi tape declutter organizing? This backup? Because this is the other one I have. It's just that the brown is a little different, but that's the one that I'll probably go on to. Or do you mean the one that I actually decided to declutter? Because I think it's still in the declutter bucket. The declutter bucket has been moved into a separate room in my house, so I don't really know what's in there right now. Decoration wise, not sure what I want to put in there, so I'm going to leave it. But what we do need to do is round off the corners, because finishing pages off and making them look nice is kind of a big deal. Well, at least it is to me. I like it to make it look a little pretty. So this is just a corner rounder from Creative Memories. I've had it for ages, back from my scrapbooking days. Oh dear. There we go. Got it. And I know the noise is loud and I don't want to hurt your ears, but hopefully it's not too loud for you guys. So rounds it off, makes it look presentable and nice without me having to do a whole bunch of like fiddly work with my scissors, because that can be a bit of a mission. But make sure that those are all out. to get the little pieces out, you just flip the back open and then you can take them out of here. But because they've got washi tape on them, it means that they stick. So sometimes I need to get my tweezers out and get them out that way. So we've got our heritage study done. So studying about my background. If you're doing this for yourself and you want to make it a kind of complete character, then you can also put in things like your, what do we say, like calling, guild, conduit, which we'll talk about in a bit, all of that kind of stuff. I decided not to because I'm taking myself on a journey here. All right, this is my base character before she's been, offered a place in Aurelium or taken what's called the novice path or whatever. So character, place, and then some background information about her race, like heritage or whatever. Then we get to what is called the novice path. And the novice path was a reading challenge that was done a few years ago to effectively get us to the magic school or get us to Aurelium. So the idea is that in the early days, when Aurelium was first developed or whatever, our two developers of Aurelium, the characters in particular who started this magic school, they trekked the novice path, made their way to Aurelium, developed the school there, and then since then anybody who's wanted to go to school there also takes the novice path to get to school. I assume that we stay at the school though, because I don't think you don't do the novice path multiple times. You just do it once. You don't have to do this. Absolutely at all, you do not have to do this. I mean, technically, you don't have to do anything, but this was a reading challenge that was designed to get people into the world originally so that they could kind of develop their character in terms of what guild they were going to be in and what calling they were going to do after that. So there is a full-blown story about this. If we go to... I keep on forgetting which one it is that I'm sharing. Nope, it's not that one. I've got too many of these things on the side. There's too many different arrangements. There we go. So if we go to the novice path, which I think the document's just called on the path or something, but this is a full-blown story about getting to Aurelium. You don't have to read it all, but it is very cool. Again, I think I really appreciate the world building that G has done in this, and this just tells of the journey that you take to get there effectively. But the thing that we really kind of care about more than anything is actually what happens on that journey. So as we go through the journey, you can kind of see with the little map that we've got here, there are a couple of different key places that we end up at, and at those places we have to make a choice. And then based on what choices we make at those places, that helps us get sorted into a house, whatever it's called, guild. Yeah. So this is a summary of what the choices are. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions. 5 questions or 5 scenarios that you find yourself in, and you make a choice based on what you think your character would do. So you just pick A through D for each of those. It's very much like a BuzzFeed quiz or those old Dolly magazines or whatever, or Girlfriend or whatever, and be what type of garlic bread are you, or whatever. It's that kind of a thing. So based on your responses to this, each of these letters is assigned a symbol, and then depending on how many answers you have in any of the symbols, that tells you roughly which kind of guild your character would probably be best suited for. We'll talk about that in a bit though. In terms of what I'm doing up here, what did I want to do there? I think I just wanted to put in some lines and some decoration. So we're going to put some decoration at the top, a little label that says that this is the novice path section. So this is the part that tells you what of the houses or guilds your character is probably going to be in. I did this before I decided that I was going to be a dwarf, because I wanted to pick a race that matched what guild I was going to be in. Sorry. What type of garlic bread are you? Now you're hungry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you hungry. Yeah. I don't know. How many different types of garlic bread are there? We are not opening that can of worms. That is a big question. So for this one, I am going to put in the lines first. Yeah, I'm going to put in the lines first so that then I know where I'm writing. Because I figured what I'm going to do is I'm just going to write a little blurb in here that talks about the novice path, or my character deciding to undertake it or something like that. And then I've got my little novice path map, which again is provided to us in that Google Drive from before, just in case that link is like 27 years ago and you can't find it. Here again is a link to the Google Drive. I would, of course, recommend you actually go and watch G's video about all of this stuff rather than just relying on the materials in there, because it can be a little bit hard to get your head around. But I do think it's a lot of fun. I think it's worth it. Also, if you were going to get involved, just for the sake of having community around this type of thing, she obviously has her own reading community of like the Aurelium Academy, and there's a full-blown Discord. I personally find that Discord super overwhelming because there's just so much going on in there. That's not me trying to deter you at all, because again, she has done such an amazing job of really fleshing this out and really building a full-blown world in here. I just find it a little bit overwhelming. But we also do have our own reading community if you're interested, mainly because we have a book club. So we have the book club hosted over there, but we also do have spaces dedicated to reading challenges like this. So if you wanted to come and hang out with specifically people in our community who are doing this, there's a link in the description box to our Discord server. It's called the BBBC, Boudreaux Buddies Book Club Discord server. You don't have to be part of the actual book club to come join us. But if you like reading and you want to get in amongst other people who also like reading and want to celebrate your reading with the fine folks of the internet, aka the people in our community, then you can come and join us over there. We have set up a space dedicated to the magical readathon already, just so that then people can share their characters, they can share their TBRs, what they're reading, and all of that kind of a thing, because things are just nicer with friends. So there we go. You have many channels and the Discord muted. Yeah, I think that's a safe way to go. I have actually got the entire server for the Aurelium Discord server. That separate one, I've got that completely muted because I just was like, oh, the heebie-jeebies, I am so overwhelmed. But we're going to stick this one along the top here. This one again is just a craft paper washi tape, again from Stationery Pal. It's great for really good coverage because it's actually craft paper. It's not one of the thin kind of tapes, which means that you can't see through anything. It's very good for covering mistakes if you make them. But I'm going to trim around the edge of this one though. Discord is pretty much your life. Yeah. You have Discord as an app on mute. Fair. I also have it on mute. I have badges, because I use mine on computer. So when people tag me or anything like that, or like direct message me, it at least shows up with a different icon so I can see that like, hey, your attention is needed. But I don't let it make any noises. But then again, I don't let any of my technology make noises, really. Like my phone is always on mute. I don't even know what my ringtone is. The only thing that I let my phone make noises for are alarms, because that's kind of important. There we go. Nice. You were thankful that the Discord helped you find a book for the prompt. Yeah, it's quite good to be able to ask people like, hey, like this is the prompts that I have for the reading challenge. What kind of what kind of books do you recommend for it, or anything like that? Question: you don't have access to any magical readathon channel in your Discord, probably because you're not a Patreon member right now. You do not have to be a patron, but it is not in the JashiiCorrin community server. Okay, we have two servers. We have one for our bookish community. That's the BBBC. It's the one that's linked in the description box of this video. And then we have the other one, which is the JashiiCorrin community server. The reason we made a separate server is because we just wanted to be able to do more with the book club. And it's a little bit hard to do that when it's kind of got like competing interests in a way. So we've got JashiiCorrin community server, which is currently in the process of getting a rename, but that one's more about journaling, creativity, that kind of thing. And then we have the separate server, which is just bookish friends. So that one's co-hosted with like myself, Monica, Bibliophile by Night, and Rachel. So we are the hosts of our book club. We have that separate space for it. But because it is a celebration for all things bookish, it means that there's not just book-related things in there, or rather just book club-related things in there, sorry. So we also have things like links to reading challenges like this one and reading sprints and all that kind of thing. So when it comes to the little label up here, I don't want to do brown because there's just a lot of brown in these pages. I'm going to do pink. That looks cute. So the main color palette for this journal is very much brown, beige, and like this kind of dusty pink color. And the reason I'm going with that instead of this one is that I just used this one on the previous page. So I like to try and switch them up. There we go. The generation who paid for ringtones and now we can't stand our phones making noises. It like literally is that, eh? I think that it's kind of funny, honestly. Like, I remember the amount of effort that I would go to because I don't. If I can find a way to do something myself and not have to pay for it, I will often go that route with it. So figuring out how to, I don't know, export files and song files and stuff like that so that they could actually be used as ringtones rather than just as music files and stuff. And like, you know, spending all that time, effort, and energy to do that just to have my phone on silent. Yeah, it fits the vibe. So you'll trim those little pieces down. We're going to write the novice path on here. That's our header for the page. Looking cute. And that one will probably get stuck here-ish. And then the rest of this space, I'll just add some simple decoration into, kind of like what we have on, I don't know, a variety of pages where I just kind of stick little bits and pieces, make it look a little bit decorative. So this is the novice path. Now, as said, if you want to trek the novice path, you don't have to read for it. I have just decided to pull books from the things I've already read this year, which mostly fit. I managed to make it so that I could pretty much fit all of the prompts, which was kind of cool. But there are some that I couldn't, which mighty unfortunate that. But in terms of when they actually first released the novice path, so we've got those different locales, the set locations on our journey to Aurelium, those were each tied to a prompt, but you didn't have to read every single prompt. You only had to successfully complete 2 of them. We'll look in a second about what those prompts actually were, but I want to decide how I'm going to decorate the rest of this section. And usually it's just done by layering some tapes and stuff to build in some kind of like depth of color. I like this one because it's got some darker sections on it in particular. So I'm going to put some of that along the top. Here we go. Put that there. I find that when I put these tapes down, I don't really like them having a solid edge though, so I often rip them around from the top and then to the edge, trying to make sure I'm keeping as much of the tape on as possible. And then doing the same from the other side. Just so that there are no kind of sharp edges. It's a personal preference. It's so not necessary, but I prefer it. There we go. So we've got that little piece there. We'll probably want something out the other side. Maybe one of those little like ticket looking type pieces. This one here. I don't like the white around the outside of it though, so I do trim that back so that then I don't have any just white washy sticker kind of sitting around the outside. And both of these ones, this tape and this one, they came in a kind of set that had a bunch of vintage looking kind of things. They're not the best quality of tapes, but for this type of collage-y type deal, it's really not the biggest of issues. I don't mind too much that they're not as quality as they could be. Those ones were, again, from Stationery Pal, I'm pretty sure. Maybe from Journal Say, actually. They're all linked in the description box. I do find that one of the issues with Journal Say, not to say that it's like a big issue, because I actually quite like Journal Say. But one of the issues I find with their store is that things don't necessarily stay in stock. And they can kind of disappear without notice, which means that there are some of those links that probably don't take you anywhere in particular anymore. I just haven't gone through to check which ones actually still work. So Let's see. Already decided on a few personality traits of your character, and you just went with the answers that fit. Fair. Yeah, I found that because I wanted this to be kind of a character that represented me, I just went with what I would probably decide in that scenario. Probably a lot of those scenarios I'd just be like, nope, too hard basket, I'm too scur, and just roll over and accept defeat. But if I were to, actually be part of this world and trying to make my way to Aurelium, what would my answers have been in these scenarios? So that was kind of what I kept in mind as I was answering the questions for the novice path. So we'll have a look at the novice path questions as a kind of little, I don't know, break from doing journal work, and we can kind of see what you guys would say in terms of your character, because even if you're not actually planning on doing this, even if you're not actually planning on being part of the magical readathon or anything, I would just love to know what your answers would be and what you would decide on in terms of the scenarios that are presented. So I'm going to trim these guys off to make our little crossbar thingamabobs. I'm gonna put it here. There. I feel like you should turn your journal so you can actually look at it the correct way. Let's see. Don't know if you can get this set up before it starts. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to do every single thing that I'm doing here. If you wanted to, you could just like leave a couple of pages and then set up your TBR, because my TBR for this is going to be here. We still got a few pages to do, but we're just gonna trim these ones back, and then we're gonna have a look at that kind of guild selection. So the novice path, like we said, this is how we get to Aurelium. This is effectively how we decide what guild we're going to be in. I think it's very much like the Sorting Hat, if you're thinking like Harry Potter reference kind of a thing. You don't have to go with what it selects. You don't have to do anything. This is your reading challenge. This is for you to have some fun. Okay. So if it picks something out for you and you're just like, no, that doesn't sound like me at all, then that's fine. Just don't do it that way. That's cool. So what I'm going to do with this one, though, we've got the map down the bottom for the novice path. We've got our little kind of header here. And then in here, I'm going to write out a little blurb that kind of describes either my character's kind of feelings about taking on the novice path or like something like that. It's not going to be journal entry based. It's going to be kind of more like story based or something, but I haven't written that out yet, and I don't want to sit here and figure it out while I'm sitting on a stream. I feel like there are better ways to spend our time. What we are going to do though is flip on over. So this is the on the path story. We're going to do this as a little kind of like break. So make sure that you have your bevy. Tink. Make sure you have a pen and a paper, because we're going to write down out which ones of these are our answers. And we're going to bring up the document so that then we can also read it at the same time. So that then it doesn't have to be like me doing this myself. Now, make this a little bigger. We've got this is the novice path story. We want the guild sorting choices. So this is the document that effectively allows us to pick what guild we're going to be in. So based on your character, keeping your character in mind, or if you're not actually playing and you just want to pick it based on your own personal thoughts and feelings, then Ashhorn Tree, the beautiful sight, yet it is forbidden to study without a permit. Mysterious whispers emitted from within, and its trunk was covered in various unknown runes and symbols. So much knowledge to be gained. What did you do? So this is one of the spaces that we visit on our novice path as we're trekking through the treacherous terrain to get to Aurelium. But our possibilities here, I have the utmost respect, not only for guidance put in place, but for nature itself. I took the sight in and moved on. That is option A. Option B, I know not to mess with any writing I cannot decipher, so I don't approach it. But I also did not leave without quickly copying a few symbols on a piece of parchment as I passed by to look up later. Random bracket. For option C, the writing is not what intrigued me. The whispers did. What stories do they hold? You came back after dark to meditate nearby and align yourself with the tree. Or D, you believe that the energy of those ancient is inherently intertwined with our own and is meant to be shared. You came back after dark and touched the tree to siphon energy, power, and magic, both to honor it and prepare for the journey ahead. So this is kind of like the first major place that we stop. What do you think your character is going to do? A, B, C, or D? You can write down what option you picked. I'm not going to tell you my options as we go through. We're going to kind of compare at the end. So A, B, C, or D. Like I said, you can get this document in the shared drive so that you can actually kind of see it yourself. I'll just send another link through just in case you missed it. To actually find the guild sorting choices, I think it's on the main page of the Google Drive, which is nice. So number 2, we've trekked on. We've gone past the Ashhorn tree. We've gotten to this spot called the Mist of Solitude. So the Mist of Solitude showed your deepest, darkest fear and made you live it. What a terrible experience! How did you resist the hallucinogenic effects of the mist droplets? Again, there's like a fully fleshed out story here. This is just the choices, but A is I transmuted parts of the nearby mist into solid marbles that fell to the ground. This gave me enough time to push through without being too affected. For B, I took the time to analyze and accept my fears until they did not have enough of a mental impact on my journey forth. Nice. For C, I conjured up a dust devil to help disperse the mist, which allowed me to pass. And then D is I tried to calm my breathing, minimized feedback by closing my eyes, and focused on my hands and feet. I established a connection with the earth and let it guide me towards the exit. So you can kind of see, like, for each of these questions, obviously it's tending towards like a different type of traveler, a different type of character. So you just kind of pick and choose based on what your character specifically would do. So take a moment, have a think about it. How would your character actually, like, kind of deal with the Mist of Solitude? A, B, C, or D? I'm going to have another drink because I'm obviously talking a lot right now. Tink. So, once we've gotten past the Mist of Solitude, we venture forth and we end up at the ruins of the sky. So, when unexpectedly faced with a hooded, oddly acting, shadowed figure at the lower part of the ruins of the sky, what was your first instinct? So, A, I attempted to subtly slip near their conscious mind to check upon their state and intentions. B, I thought that they could have been injured and in need of help. I quickly scanned for any injuries in need of treatment. C, who cares about the figure? Have you seen the beautiful way nature and magic become one here? I was more intrigued by the stunning astronomy murals. I love that. It's like, who gives a toss about the people who, like, shadily snooping by the base of the ruins? But D, I activated a protection glyph to shield both myself and my group. They could be dangerous. Let's see. Yeah, you were tied when you first did it and you picked what you felt more cold to. I found that what I typically did, if I had two answers that I was tossing up between, I just noted down both of them. So that then when I got to the kind of sorting type thing, I could see, like, okay, well, they were still both from uh, guilds that I'd already kind of been aligned with, or maybe one of them was like super out of left field, so I kind of just ignored it. Because obviously, like, with there being 4 answers for each of these, there are 4 guilds that you can possibly be sorted into. So each of the answers is kind of tied to one of the particular guilds. But so, question 3, hooded figure. What are we gonna do? A, B, C, or D? Write down your answer. And then for 4, oh no, one by one, you have all fallen ill near the Obsidian Falls. You recognized symptoms of poisoning, but had only a couple of minutes to come up with a plan to keep yourself conscious. What did you do? So, A, I found a herbal remedy nearby. There's always one if you know what to look for. B, found the first aid kit and constructed a magical apparatus that tests your blood composition in order to locate and get rid of the poison. For C, I gathered myself, focused, and folded time itself, jumping to the time just before the poisoning took place. Or D, I gritted my teeth and channeled restorative magic to slowly pull the poison out. It takes a while, but it's thorough work. Pain is to be mortal after all. They like to remind us of it. I feel like that's kind of sometimes how I deal with being sick. I'm just gonna, like, grit my teeth and bear it and be like, no, I'm gonna like will myself to be well. So once you've decided on that one, you've fallen ill, how are you gonna deal with this possible poisoning? Oh my gosh. And then fifth question, because there are only 5, it's a very short BuzzFeed quiz. You were offered a gift at the Tower of Rumination, a rare and valuable scroll that holds information on the subject. There were 4 choices, but you can only pick one. Which one did you take? So A is the scroll of lore, B is the scroll of shapeshifting, C is the scroll of inscription, and D is the scroll of illusions. All right, give you a moment to consider which of these scrolls you're going to be taking up. A for lore, B for shapeshifting, C for inscription, or D for illusions. So when I did this one, I can't remember my answers now, but I was very amused because I somehow managed to pick answers only aligned with one guild. I don't know how it happened because the last time I did it, I had obviously not got as clear a picture in my mind of what my character was going to be like. So I ended up picking answers that were from two guilds in particular, actually 3, because I had 2 answers with one, 2 answers with another, and then 1 answer with a third. So I was like, okay, well, that narrows the choice down. This time, though, going in with a very clear picture in my mind as to what my character was going to be like, I managed to pick answers that were all just for the same one. So we're going to scroll our way down. Okay, if you haven't picked your results, I feel like we shouldn't do this, but if you haven't picked your results, then you might want to do that first. But let's go down. So for each of the answers, we have a symbol associated with them. So we're going to put those on screen here. So for question 1, if it was an A, it's a circle. If it was a B, it's a diamond. If it was a C, it was a triangle. If it was a D, it was a square. Obviously, that's not the same for every single question. That's just for question 1. They're like kind of jumbled up. So question 1, circle, diamond, triangle, square. For question 2, if you did A, then you have a diamond. If you did B, you have a triangle. If you did C, you have a square. And if you did D, you have a circle. That's for question 2, which I can't remember. What was question 2 about? Question 2 was about the Mist of Solitude. Like, how did you remain focused and get your way through that? So, question 3, which was the question about the hooded figure, the shadow figure. So, was your answer A? In that case, it is a triangle. Is it B? That is a square. C is a circle. And D is a diamond. So D being diamond. I like the diamond shape. I think I'm pretty sure diamond shape was the one that I picked for all of mine, but I can't remember what the shapes actually mean. So let us continue on. So question 4, this was the question about you've been poisoned. You've fallen ill. What are you going to do? But if you answered A for that one, it's a circle. If you answered B, it is a diamond. If you answered C, it is a triangle. And if you answered D, it is a square. And then the last question was about that scroll and what you're going to do with that scroll, which type of scroll were you taking up. If you answered A, then that is a square. If you answered B, the scroll of shapeshifting, then that is a circle. If you answered C, the scroll of inscription, then that is a diamond. And if you answered D, then that is a triangle. So what you want to do once you've gotten all of those answers, once you've figured out what shapes you have, you then just need to total up how many of each shape you had. So like how many circles, how many diamonds, how many triangles, how many squares. Shouldn't take too much hard math because there are only 5 questions. And there are obviously a few different combinations with what you could end up with. As said, the first time I did this, I had I don't know which actual shape they were, but like we'll just use it as a pretend. I had like 2 circles, 2 diamonds, and 1 triangle, or something like that. This time around when I did it, I had 5 diamonds. I'm pretty sure they were diamonds. But yeah, I had 5 of the exact same thing. So I'm like, well, that's a pretty clear indication. There we go. See, like Matisse's got all triangles. Yeah, they're all the same, which is kind of nice. It makes it very easy when it's all of the same shape because then it's a very clear indication that you're going to be going into one thing. But once you've done your totaling up, then each of these symbols actually represents a guild. So if we scroll down, we can possibly figure it out. Yep, let's go. Alrighty, so if we can just zoom in a little more. Can I zoom in more than that? Because I want to really Eh, eh. So hard to move. There we go. So if you we're gonna move it up as well, don't worry. It's just going really, 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 really slowly. So if you were a circle, then you have been invited to the Order of the Crescent, which again, my computer's just frozen, so hopefully you can still hear me. If you got a diamond, then you have been invited to the House of the Arcane. If you got a triangle, then you have been invited to join the Mindwalkers. And then if you got primarily square, then you can join the Archivists. If you didn't get a majority, like if you got two of them that had two each, like I don't know, two triangles and two squares or something, you just pick one. I would love to know which one you got because I think that that's really exciting. For mine, I got invited to join the House of the Arcane. I answered diamond for every single question. So that's kind of cool. So we've got a Mindwalker, we've got an Archivist. I know that Rachel, she's in the Mindwalkers, and I know Scotty, the friend, he's in the Mindwalkers as well. And then Monica is in Order of the Crescent. So obviously, like, there are plenty of people who are in all of them. I would love to know which one you are. That is like the question of the video. But I'm going to put this one away because I need to go and actually do some other things in my journal now. So we've had our little kind of time off from actually working in our notebook. So you got two circles and two diamonds. So that means that you effectively get to pick, like, do you want to be Order of the Crescent, this one, or what was the other one? Two diamonds. Do you want to be House of the Arcane? So two options. We love that. Let's say we've got House of the Arcane, House of the Arcane. Love it, love it, love it. So depending on which house you've been invited to, they have their own kind of affinities for things. They have their own things that are going to be like, more of their kind of natural specialities and such, which means that when it comes to picking your calling or the major that you're going to be doing at this magical school, then there are going to be some options that are only available to each of those houses. Like each of the I say houses, but each of these guilds has like a special one that's only available to people in their guild in particular. So, for instance, like Order of the Crescent, I believe theirs is about like elemental magic. So that's one that's only available to them. I can't remember the name of it. We'll look at it in a second. The Archivists have their own one. The Mindwalkers, their special calling is a Dreamwalker, and you have to be in the Mindwalkers guild to be able to do that. So that's kind of why I did this part first, because I wanted to be able to pick my character's background based on which guild they actually ended up in. So I didn't pick what kind of race my character was or anything like that until after I'd done this kind of stuff. But we will put that one to the side for now because we have some work to do here. As mentioned before, there were reading prompts to go with this novice path. So for each of the different locations you had, there was a prompt that you could read for. You didn't have to do them at all. Like if you want to take the novice path, you do not have to actually read anything for it. You just need to do the questions and figure out which guild you're going to be in, type of thing. So I've done that. That's on the next page though. So my House of the Arcane is what I got sorted into, which I thought was quite cool. So their unique calling is Archmage. They have like guild specialities and stuff and whatever, but we'll look at that in a bit because we're still focusing on the novice path. You're off to walk the dog. Bye! So the concept of casting magic with a dagger is a big sell for the Mindwalkers. It's fair. Yeah. So each of the guilds has some kind of like, special stuff associated with them, things that you can only do based on being in that guild. And those are summarized in the document that's called The Brief History of Aldea. It's got like, the races that you can be. It's got the guilds and their specialities and such. And so this is where I've like gotten all of those pieces of information from. Let's see, can I share my screen? This one. So yeah, Order of the Crescent, their unique calling is the Master of Elements. So I believe that's what Monica is. We have House of the Arcane, their unique calling is Archmage. That's not to say that there aren't other callings as well. Like there are 26 different callings. There's just one unique one for each of the houses. keep calling them houses, each of the guilds. So the Mindwalkers, their unique calling is a Dreamwalker. That is what Rachel is. Unique conduit is a dagger. And then the Archivists, their unique caller is a Godseer, which is cool. Yeah, so we'll get more into talking about the actual guilds themselves in a second, but I needed to put in my stuff related to the novice path first. So as said, the novice path, like as you go through that, there are some different things that you can do associated with like reading the novice path effectively. And I'm not going to read new books, but I figured if I could find ones from my list that I've already read this year that relate, we could do those. I kind of think about it as my character is perpetually late. So they're kind of like a transfer student that's trying to catch up on all of their studies or something, is effectively how I'm thinking of my character. So the Traveler's Key, which we looked at kind of before, this is the one that tells us what kind of books we have to read as part of this path. So we're going to zoom and have a little sneaky cheeky look at that. So the novice path entrance is read a book with a map. So the book with a map that I picked was Empire of Storms by Sarah J. Maas, because I read that this year, so I was like, yep, that totally fits. I think that to stick this one in, I'm just going to stick it straight into the corner. I can't remember if I sized it so that it's going to fit there, but that sounds about right. So we're gonna stick that one in. So you got Archivist. You're currently on strike from your job in our local library. I love it. I love it when the outcomes kind of like mimic reality. That it makes my heart happy. So we'll stick that guy in. Empire of Storms has a map. So it makes sense because like you're starting on the path, you're at the path entrance, you read a book with map. Then the next stop on the map was the Ashhorn Tree, so a book that keeps tempting you, or it was the top of your TBR. When I read this, it was one that kept tempting me. So this is the Ballad of Never After, which was part of the Once Upon a Broken Heart series. I loved this book. It was very good. I enjoyed it very much, so we can stick that one in here. So there we go, which means technically speaking, haven't done those two, I have completed the novice path, because when the novice path was first put forward, you only had to read 2 things. You only had to fulfill 2 of the prompts. I just figured if I have books that fit all of the prompts, I'd stick them in because I thought it was kind of cool. So my law is that my character partied too hard during the spring semester and now is desperately cramming for exams in autumn. I love it. I can feel that. So the Mist of Solitude is read a standalone. Standalone I selected was Inkblood Sister Scribe, which we read for our book club for January. Our first book club read for the year. Put that one in. Oh. Attempt to stick it in straight, and that would be nice. That's kind of cute. I also love how we've got like a clear theme going on in terms of color palette here. That's cool. We'll probably change it up in a second. So Ruin of the Sky is read a book featuring ghosts or haunted house or other supernatural elements. I read The Haunting of Hill House. That was the book that I most recently finished. So can put that one in. So like definitely did not do this in the time frame that the novice path was initially intended for, but at the same time, this is your reading challenge. So if you want to undertake the novice path, faux reals, not faux fakes, and go and read all of this stuff, it's all good. And that's what I like about this challenge. So the next one we have is read a thriller or a mystery book. And I have not read one this year, but I went and had a look at, potential thriller/mystery books, and this one came up. I haven't read it. It's called The Inheritance Games. I guess maybe it's a mystery. I don't know, but this is going to go here. I'm tempted to stick it in already just to make the page look finished, but I technically haven't read it. But if I don't stick it in, I'll probably forget. So yeah, I'm gonna put this one in. You did not like Inkblood Sister Scribe. I think that it would have done better to be edited down a little bit. I liked the concept of it, but I think that the book itself felt like a little bit of a slog. Of course, that is only my personal opinion, so take it as you will. It is a mystery? Okay. So, well, that's good. I'm glad, 'cause yeah, I've put that one on my TBR. I'll try and read that one. So the next one we have is the Tower of Rumination. Read a 5-star prediction. For that one, I put in A Curse for True Love, because at the end of this one, The Ballad of Never After, I was just like, where's the next book? I must read the next book. Oh my gosh. And I just really enjoyed that one. So I very much predicted that I was going to enjoy this one. It's kind of hard to obviously, some of these prompts you're kind of supposed to decide ahead of time what you're going to be doing for them, because it's like you're predicting it's going to be 5-star rather than you've actually given it 5-star. But I do believe I have rated that one quite highly. And then the last one we have is a book with a school setting. So I picked Beautiful Demons by Sarah Cannon because it is in part set at a school. So that counts enough for me. I do find it fun going back and trying to align books that I've already read with the prompts that are on these things. But that one right here. Cute. So what I'm going to want to do in this top section here is effectively just write out what all of those prompts are. So what part of the path is it related to, and then what is the prompt for it. I'm thinking that I should be able to fit that into that space. I really hope I can. Might have to just do a little bit of a sketch out or something to see if it'll actually work. But we're going to do some every second line highlight. I like my little covers. They're so cute. Oh, this is why I like my reading journal. I just enjoy the way it looks more than anything else. Like, it's fun to work in here, and it's fun to do stuff and whatever, but like the actual aesthetic element of it is definitely part of the appeal. So I kind of need to check to see how long the text is for the places themselves to make sure I have enough space for all of this stuff. I believe I only need 4 of these lines because there are only 7 places. And I'm going to do just some darkening up of this bottom section and this top section to make it look like it's kind of finished. 2, 3, 4. The nice part about just going over with the same pen is that the color is effectively the same. It's just darker. Like, it's a deeper color because you've just gone and layered the pen over the top of itself, which is nice. It's a mystery because you don't know what it's about. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, it's a mystery to me. There we go. So, the parts of the path. We have the Novice Path Entrance. The Novice Path Entrance book with a map. I think I can make it fit. I'm going to try. If it doesn't work, we'll just stick paper over the top of it. Haha, solutions. So I think that usually when I write my column headings, I just use black. So I will continue to just use black here. And I'm going to write down the parts of the path first. So, path. So we have the Novice Path Entrance. I'm just going to call it Path Entrance to give myself a little more space. And then we have Ashthorn Tree. Ashthorn Tree. And then we have the Mist of Solitude, which I'm just going to call Mist of Solitude. Solitude, just so that then I can kind of cut down on the amount of letters I need to use here, so that then I hopefully have enough space to write in the prompt, or at least like an abridged version of the prompt. Long time viewer, yeah. Always loved your journals. Nice. I'm glad that you enjoy them. I appreciate having you here as part of our stream. So, Mist of Solitude, Ruin of the Sky. Of the sky. I even just like writing these things down, I'm just like so impressed with the work that's been done building this world and the like kind of background information and the magic system and all of that. It's very impressive, and it makes me want to design a reading challenge that is this in-depth, but at the same time, I'm not gonna do that because that feels like it would be a very all-consuming thing. Okay, so this is a very big aside, and it is definitely not necessarily related to this. But I have been thinking about hobbies a lot recently, and like, what do I actually consider my hobbies to be? Are there any hobbies in particular that I'm interested in, like maybe want to get into? Um, and one in particular that I've been thinking about that I might want to investigate is terrarium building, because Vogel has a big interest in terrarium building at the moment. If you don't know who Vogel is, that's my partner. But the idea of making a little ecosystem in a jar is just very cool to me. So we've been investigating buying stuff to build terrariums together as a kind of like little terrarium date. We're hoping to do that this month. I'm very excited about it. But other things that it's effectively like creativity outside of journaling, because obviously journaling and the creativity in my journals is something that I really enjoy, but it is also my job. So I've been trying to see if there are any kind of things that I can explore outside of that might also spark a little bit of joy, but they're not things that I necessarily film for the internet. So terrarium building is going to be one of those. I really want to learn how to crochet, mainly because I want to crochet a little ghosty. That's the only thing I want to be able to do. If I can crochet a little ghosty, I will be a happy person. So, it has a map. We're doing very abridged things. Top of your TBR. Standalone. I knew I could fit all this in. Now I'm going to have spoken too soon, but standalone sounds good. And then features. And I'm just going to specify features a haunted house because mine featured a haunted house. Haunted house. That one does fit, just. Thriller or mystery book. Thriller or mystery. And the thing is that if I don't end up reading this, it doesn't really matter because you only had to read 2 books and I've already read all of the other ones, so it's fine. You're crocheting right now. I love it. Oh my gosh. So if I don't read this one, no harm, no foul. If I end up reading a different thriller/mystery book, I can pull this off, as evidenced by the fact that I managed to pull both of these large stickers off to flip them around when I messed up my pages. So, thriller or mystery, and then there's a 5-star prediction. 5-star prediction. And then the last one was book with a school setting. Has a school setting. And I was tempted to use Fourth Wing for that, but then what I was trying to do in building my character and having all of these like reading prompts and stuff is make sure that I didn't use books twice. Well, like, at the risk of sounding dumb and everyone rolling their eyes at me, I mean, it doesn't matter. You can't see our eyes. No, it's all good. Alrighty. So, do you have to be in a special group to get in, or can you just decide to do online? You do not have to be in any kind of special group. This is like a fully free, available to the public reading challenge type deal. You can join the Discord associated with it. G has a Discord that runs this reading challenge. You don't have to. I mean, I've joined it. I never go in there to read any of the posts in there, but I feel like I'm part of it by proxy. You can very much make this a solo undertaking. But yeah, there are links in the description box to the explanation video and all of that if you want to get involved. It's a lot of fun. Even if it's just you just do the character building and you're like, cool, I had a fun afternoon doing character building or whatever. But I have tried to make it so that I kept all of these books in the order of the prompts here, so I can be like, has a map, this one, top of your TBR, this one, standalone, this one, so that hopefully when I come back to using this page or like looking at it, I can see what was tied to what. I will also say, I haven't mentioned it yet, but with the pictures that I've printed off here For the most part, they are just from the document that G provides to us. Some of them I did change. Uh, so for instance, this one here used to have a banner at the top that said like Aldia, and this little compass point was a little lower. I didn't really want the title, so I went and edited out the title and moved the compass up. For instance, what this one on the path. Remember that random bracket that was in there? I got rid of the random bracket. I also moved up the text so that then I could put the little symbols in here because that was actually on like the second page of the document and such, just to try and make it so that it actually works in my journal the way I want it to, mainly to like, simplify and streamline and stuff like that, but then also just do little tweaks here and there to make it something that I'd be very, very happy with in my reading journal. Like, for instance, when we get to this one, and I didn't do this ahead of time, but something I probably would have liked to have done was possibly change the header style for this, because you guys know I'm a big fan of cohesiveness, and I like the fact that most of them have this little banner, and this one doesn't have the little banner, and I was like, I want a little banner, but it's fine. It's all good. I'm just prissy. So we're going to need a header for up here, and I think I'm going to do that one as a little kind of paper deal, like this kind of guy here, and it's going to say something like tracking the novice path kind of a thing, because that's effectively what all of these reads are for. You read them to get through each leg of the journey. You only actually had to do 2 of them, and technically speaking, at this stage of the game, you don't have to do any of them. But this is a sticky note, so we're going to pull the sticky note off, see how big I want to make it. Probably about yay big. And even though it's a sticky note, I will end up going and putting double-sided tape on this, because sticky notes do have a tendency to lose their sticky after a period of time. So trekking, 2 Ks, T-R-E-K-K-I-N-G, I think. There we go, we'll just put that where I roughly want it so I can see what it's going to look like. And I'll probably do some paper underneath it so that it sticks out a little better, because right now it doesn't really stick out. But T-R-E-K-K-I-N-G. The novice path. Probably wanted to do a little longer for this, but technically speaking, that's the full width of the sticky note, so it's not like I had more space. But I will just stick another piece of paper on the end here. So P, how do I do P? P A T H. Make sure I stick that in very, very much aligned. But before I stick that one in, I will trim off the part that I don't need. But before I stick it in, I do want to make sure I go and put the paper behind that. There we go. Perfection. I mean, it's not perfect, but it doesn't really matter. It's fine. Did you miss a hydration break, or has it really been almost an hour? I don't think we have had a proper hydration break. We've just, we did our little Quizlet to see which house we were. I keep calling them houses because I keep treating this like it's Harry Potter. It's not Harry Potter. We did do our little break so that we could check out which of the guilds we were going to get sorted into, but we haven't done like a proper hydration break. Now I'm going to stick this here. Do not worry that it comes down way too far, because I'm going to fix that. There we go. And then we'll just rip along here. That looks great. And we're also going to rip the side of that off, because I don't like how straight-edged that looks. Ugh. Beautiful, because then this guy is going to sit there, and now it just like shows up a little bit better. You can actually see it on the page, rather than before where it was a little bit hard to see. So this one first, and then that one will align with it. Where is my tape? There we go. My desk. Oh my gosh, guys. Like with printing off all of these little bits and pieces, especially on the sticker paper, obviously you can't print it all the way to the edge of the page, and there's always going to be some white space left over. I have such a large stash now of the whatchamacallit, the like border margin pieces. I'll get my stash and I'll show you because it's amusing. It amuses me. I probably made the gap between novice and path a little bit too big. Doesn't really matter. It's not the end of the world. We'll be okay. She lied. Is there a live on Monday this week? Great question. There is, but it is for team members with capital T only. So if you are part of the team with a capital T, then you are most cordially invited to come to our live stream. If you're not part of the team with a capital T, then you can join up. There's a join button, I think, underneath the stream window for this stream. It's for people who are in team progress over perfection and higher. And we have one of those every month that is exclusive to them. We're going to be doing reading journal page making, but not in my reading journal. We're making like page ideas for a reading journal in that one, which should be a good time. Yay, trekking the novice path. Oh my god, it's so cute. You're dipping now, you gotta go get some writing done. Very fair. What level is that? The third level from, like, if we do 5 levels, yeah. It is the middlest level. Dink. So we have what? Team Tiny Wins, which is the first level. We have Team Slow and Steady, second level. Team Progress Over Perfection. And then we have, see, you're onto it. Yeah, you're already in it. And then Team In It to Win It. And then Team Moments That Matter. Those are our 5 teams. Or 5 levels, I suppose, of our membership. Yay for Team Middlest level. Yeah, Team Middlest level is the most popular level, I'm pretty sure. The way that it kind of works is that each of the tiers kind of builds on itself. So, for instance, if you're in like Team Middlest level or the third team, the third tier, you get all of the perks of levels 1, 2, and 3. Kind of like builds. So then Team 4 or like Tier 4 gets 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Let's see. I just got a message from Vogel being like, guess who just caught 5 shiny Heracross, 2 of which are marked, and then sent me a photo of his Pokemon. Wait, no, he sent me a photo of him. It hadn't loaded yet. This guy. Good job, you. I'm glad that he's proud of himself. So, all right, this is looking very, very sweet. So just as a summary, because we're not finished yet, but just as a summary. So we started off with the map of Aldea, right? This is our magical world that we're living in, with our different continents and then the Aurelium Academy. We have the history of Aldea, so little backstory as to how magic kind of was already here, but got kind of boosted, I guess, from the meteor that fell down, made a giant crater, which is now underneath where the Aurelium Academy is. We have our character study, also known as just like character kind of description sheet, which I do want to add a little bit of decoration to, but we also have their study of their heritage, so you can read to kind of like pick your race and your province and your background. We have what their province was, or like the continent that they come from. We have their race or heritage, or like whatever we want to call it. My character is a dwarf. And then we have the novice path, and this is how you get to the magical realm, or like the magical school, effectively. So trekking the novice path, you have a bunch of different places you're stopping in at, and each of those is related to a prompt that you can read for. You don't have to. You can just say, yeah, I'm here. I'm an exchange student and I just got airlifted in, plonk. But the thing that we really want to do, which we've already done together, they have like BuzzFeed quiz that tells you which of the guilds you're supposed to be in. You don't have to be in the one that assigns you. It's fine. You can just pick. So I am in the House of the Arcane. Yay! So House of the Arcane focuses on the science of magic. Because of course it does. Their strengths lie in clear-cut logic and research-driven spells. Interests encompass the ancient arts of alchemy, transmutation, inscription, and artificery. I think that's how you say that. Shrug. Members are known to be inquisitive, inventive, and extremely driven. As a member, you will gain entrance to the Great Arcane Laboratory, where you'll be able to access the most advanced scientific tools, which can be used to push the boundaries of your own research. So I thought that was really, really cool. And I thought that that matched my character really well, so that's awesome. Like we said, though, there are some kind of like special things that you get access to based on which of the guilds you're going to be in. So each guild has a unique calling, so it's like your school major. So it has like a unique field of study, or like kind of study program, I suppose, that you can follow. It also has a unique gift, which is given to you like when you're kind of accepted into your house, guild, whatever. And then there are also unique conduits. So having a look through our unique conduits, the ones that we've got for my house, House of the Arcane, are a crystal and an orb. Those are the two options. For the Order of the Crescent, that's a bow, a quarterstaff, or a trident, which kind of makes sense because the people who are in the Order of the Crescent are usually like the elemental magic kind of people, which means that it's probably got the highest population of earthlings, which are the ones that are like, you know, firebenders, earthbenders, waterbenders. If you are part of the Mind Walkers, then your unique conduit is a dagger, and then the unique conduit available to the archivists is either a bone or a polearm. But you can also pick ones that are like just available to anybody. Like you only get one, you get one, and you could also pick any of the ones that are related that are like specifically for your guild, or a feather, a spellbook, a staff, a sword, a wand. Feather, spellbook, staff, sword, wand. So I decided that my character's conduit, which is effectively used to like, channel your magic type of a thing, doesn't really have any big standing on the story, but I decided that my one was going to be a spellbook because it just felt right. like yeah, the thought of a librarian with a polearm is excellent. It's just like, oi, don't touch the books. Like they're sleeping. So my one is going to be a spell book because like literally my job is just working with journals and stuff like that, so it just felt kind of fitting, and I figured that I could kind of treat it as if like this journal was my spell book. So I was thinking that for my reading journal next year, what I was possibly going to do is make it kind of magic themed in a way. So this one, obviously, like it's all very brown and beige and vintage themed, but I thought I would kind of make it like a little bit witchy vibes themed or something like that. So my character's conduit, which most people I think would put on their kind of like character breakdown sheet or whatever, they would write down what their conduit was. My conduit is a spell book. If you've picked yours, I want to know, what is it? Like I was considering picking one that was only available to my house because I like the ones that are unique to your house, but at the same time, it's not a house, but whatever. The reason I keep calling it a house is because I'm in the House of the Arcane. That is the reason. It's not Harry Potter's fault. It's this. Whatever. But I was kind of tempted to pick one that was unique to the House of the Arcane, but then I thought like, I kind of like the idea of her being like a little bit basic in some areas. So hers is going to be a spell book, like basic. It's still very like fantasy realm and everything. So Carolyn's got a dagger, love it. Carolyn or Caroline? But yep, we've got a dagger. I love that. I'm pretty sure that Rachel has a dagger as well. I can't remember what Monica has. She might have a quarterstaff, but I also might be talking schmack. Well, let's see. A polearm. I love that. Love it. Line. Excellent. Caroline. Thank you. That was very helpful. I always get tripped up on Carolines and Carolines because I'm never too sure which one it is. So for instance, like my cousin's name, her name is Megan, spelt Megan. So a lot of people call her Megan, but I'm like, no, her name is Megan because she's Australian and we like to emphasize our vowels. But we get to pick our conduit. So pick your conduit, completely up to you. But then what you also get is a unique gift. And then the gift is given to you based on which house you're in. So we're going to go and have a sneaky look at those as well. So When it came to the unique gifts, this is in the section of the brief history of Aldea, which is called like legacy. So, like, it is tradition for guilds to teach a skill, ability, or pact to every new recruit, usually passed down through the ranks within the guilds. Knowledge is highly coveted and valued. If mastered and maintained, it can aid scholars greatly throughout their lives, both in personal matters and employment. So, Order of the Crescent, they get to summon, tame, and bond with a familiar. So, if you are part of the Order of the Crescent, you get to pick a familiar, pretty much any animal. It just has to be one that's like small to medium. You can't turn around and be like, mine's a dragon, unless it's like perpetually a baby dragon. This example specifically comes from G. That's not me being like a Nelly naysayer. Because I'd be like, whatever, you're gonna have a dragon, I don't care. But also, like, kind of makes sense. So you get to have a familiar, which is kind of cute. Then for House of the Arcane, we have a bunch of different options. So we have Locket of the Clear Mind, Animated Broom, Monocle of Vigilance, Ring of Protection, and Pocket Dimension. So I, again, keeping in mind that my character is like supposed to be me, effectively, I decided to pick the Locket of the Clear Mind because it says allows one to attain near perfect mental focus on the task at hand, no matter how scatterbrained they felt before. And I'm like, the number of times I call myself a scatterbrained mess, I'm like, I feel like I need this one. Rare is a problem that cannot be solved while wearing the locket. It can be safely worn for up to 1 hour a day. And I was just thinking, like, imagine how much I could get done if I just had 1 hour of extreme focus. Which, like, sometimes it happens, and like sometimes my hyper focus kicks in and I can do it, but like, yeah, no distraction counters. Would just be like straight to the point. Every live stream would be 30. Okay, no, probably wouldn't be 30 minutes. We'd deep dive for a really long time. But I love the idea of it. So that is what my one is going to be, and that's why when I developed my character, I specifically decided that she had to have some kind of a necklace. And, like, it's not necessarily specifically a locket, but, like, maybe it is. I don't know. This is a fantasy realm. Maybe that's what lockets look like. So that's my character with her locket. Because I thought that, like, even though this is supposed to be, you know, her before she goes to school, I've decided this is, like, a school picture of her. Because she's, like, studying and stuff. So, like, good for her. So, yay. If you are in the Mindwalkers, though, they get to access a secondary plane of existence. So they can go to the Shadow Realm, or Psychic Plane, or the Astral Plane, or the Multiverse, or the Feywild Plane. So, like, you pick one of those. And there's obviously a bit of a description about those on the document, which I failed to bring back up on screen. Apologies. And then if you're in the Archivists, then they effectively make a pact with a god. So depending on which god you make your pact with, like, I love the idea that she's even gone as far to think about, like, the kind of god religion kind of system, spirituality system in this, like, realm as well. It's just very, very cool. So we've got a bunch of them. I mean, I can try. I Aitvarus, Velinus, Lima, Ostra, Gaila, and Corvus. Something like that. Scrabble, kick down the stairs, words. But I think that it's quite cool that you've obviously got all of these, and then, like, depending on which one you align with, they have their own specialities and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. So you get to pick one of those, and you get to pick a conduit. So yeah, there's a lot of different pieces that are kind of related to your character. So if we just, like, for the sake of a summary, all right? So if you're playing along at home, so we're just going to use the same page that I had before. So your character has obviously got a name. They have a race or a heritage. So, like, dwarf, human, elf, all of that kind of thing. They have what I'm going to call a background, which is like urban versus rural, kind of like wild versus urban. They have a, like, province that they come from, or the continent. They have there's obviously, like, moon phase at the time of their birth. I'm just going to draw a picture of the moon. I didn't bother to pick one because it doesn't really have a big standing on the story. You've got the guild, Guild with a U, Guild. And to do that, you take Novice Path Quiz. Then once you have your guild, they get to have the unique gift, which you still get to pick and choose between because, you know, you've got either like what type of familiar do you want, what type of pact do you want to make with which god, like all of that kind of thing. And then you also have your conduit, which you can pick either like a unique one to your guild, or you can just pick one of the ones that's just generally available. So I picked a generally available one. And then once you've done all of this, you then have to pick your calling. And the calling is the one that has the biggest influence on what you're reading, or like how much you're reading. And this is why when it came to picking my character and stuff, I decided to start with the guild and then work from there. Because depending on what guild you're in, kind of dictates which callings you can do. Like it takes your list of 26 callings, because there's 26 total, and it subtracts 3 of them, because those are the 3 unique ones for the guild you are not in. So there's only really 23 available to you. I mean, there are only 23 available. That's a huge number of different things you can do. So when it comes to picking your calling, because, you know, picking your calling is probably one of the next kind of steps. We've got, again, a document for that one that lists out what all of the callings are. So if we jump over into that, so 2024 callings guide, because she added some new callings earlier this year. The nice part is that at least at the very start of the document, we have a big just list of all of the ones available. So let's see. We have a Spellsword, Archmage, Moonwarden, Arcane Rogue, Herbologist, Master of Elements, Healer, Story Weaver, Mage Hunter, Necromancer. Scotty's a Necromancer. Craftsmage. We have the Beastmaster, Abjurer, Godseer, Mindmender, Alchemist, Scribe, Math Magician, Feywild Cartographer. That one sounds very Shadow and Bone. Not that I've read it, but anyways. Dreamwalker, Demonologist, Rift Architect, Star Whisperer, Wild Form Druid, Aldea Excavationist, and a Thread Mage. So plenty to pick from, but what you can do here is you effectively could just pick one because it sounds cool. Like that's totally a valid option. No harm, no foul. When it came to picking my one, I decided that I wanted to pick one that would, again, be kind of like based on my character more than anything. But what I would recommend, especially if you're the kind of person who doesn't feel like they like the idea of taking on a little bit of a challenge, but they don't want to be too challenged. Each of these has a different amount that they have to read for each of the different reading semesters, or like, you know, points where we go to school, quote, quote, quote. So depending on what it is that you're doing, it gives you a list of the stuff that you need to read in order to do that. I am technically jumping ahead though, because I just flipped forward in my journal and saw that there's still something to set up. So we're going to do that first. So things to do. Because you can also read to decide on, or like, you know, pick out your, which one is it? I think it's, you can read for your conduit, and you can read for possibly your gift as well. I need to go check, because I've written these all out so that I could keep track of what I wanted to put into this journal. So for my, I'm going to call it like gear up section. For gearing up, I had to read a book with at least 2 S's in the title to get a spell book. So I did Queen of Shadows, because it's got S for sh and then an S for s. So that's cool. And then the other one that I decided to read, picked from the things I'd already read, was The Never King. And that one is for the Locket of a Clear Mind. It is a book that you read in 4 or less sittings, and I read this all in 1 sitting, so I figured that worked. So I'm going to put those here, and then do a little description on the side here as to what we're doing. So this is effectively like my gear up section. Again, you don't have to read to gear up, you can just pick. I just like the idea of it being tied to different things. So I think I wanted to call this section something in particular. I just can't remember what I decided to call it. I also think I should stick this from the bottom because 2, 3, 4. When I sized the bottom part of this document, I sized it so that I would... Uh-oh, that doesn't fit. Ow. I sized it so that this one would fit a certain number of centimeters and then forgot that I usually like to have a gap between the stuff that I have on the top of the page versus the bottom. So, messy. There we go. That looks better. This is okay. We're all right. I'm just sticking it upside down. Making sure it's not actually upside down because that would be a problem. You're back. What did you miss? I have no recollection of when it was that you skedoodled away. So maybe just us running our mouths. And by us, I mean it's me. I am running my mouth. But right now we're working on the kind of gear up section. So when it is that you are selecting which of the kind of conduits or gifts that you're being given from your guild, you can read for them. Don't have to. You can just pick. It's totally fine. I think that this section might also be in the Traveler's Key. No, I feel like that might be wrong. Not the Traveler's Key, okay? Because the Traveler's Key is about the path, and it's about the like heritage province, all of that kind of thing. Sorting choices, it's not in there. That's the thing. Like in building such a big world that she's done, like very impressive. There are a lot of different places to look for a lot of different things, which makes it kind of hard to find the information sometimes. So I'm going to go try and find it for you so that you guys can figure out what it would be that you would have to read. Again, you don't have to, but novice path story, guild sorting choices. Did I just take this from somebody else's video? Maybe. All right, I might actually have to go back to the Google Drive and figure it out. Okay, yeah, it's in the Google Drive. It's in the previous Readathon space, and it's called Gear Up. And then there's a thing called the Conduits and Legacy, which is the document that we were just kind of reading. But then there's also the admissions key. So we're going to have a look at the admissions key and make sure that I have written things down appropriately. Because otherwise, eternal sadness. I just like it to be complete. It doesn't need to be, but I just like it to be complete. All right. There we go. So, ha 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 ha. Admissions key. Yep. So for this one, depending on what conduit you want, you can read something specific. We're just going to zoom in so that we can actually see this. I didn't feel the need to print the entire thing of this off because it's like I just want to pick my conduit and be done with it. So as said, a spell book is a book with 2 S's in the title. If you want a feather, then it's a book under 100 pages, which makes sense because feathers are really light. A wand is branches on the cover. A staff is a book from a series, and then a sword is a blade. And then you've got the ones that are related specifically to the guilds and the guild related ones. So quarterstaff, part of a quartet. Bow, word hunt in the book title or series or author name. If you want a trident, then it needs to be part of a trilogy. I like that. That's quite cool. If you wanted an orb, because you're part of the House of the Arcane, then it needs to have a sun on the cover or in the title. And then a crystal, you need to have crystal. Crystal word in the title or series name, such as amethyst, obsidian, etc. If you want a dagger, then it has to be a standalone book. I quite like that the dagger, the trident, and the quarterstaff are related to how many books that you had to read, which is kind of cool. Or like, you know, how many books in a series or whatnot. Polearm needs to be longer than 400 pages because it's a nice long instrument of destruction. And then the bone has to have a bone or a skull on the cover or the word bone in the title or series name. Yes, and I like how it specifies skulls and bones too. Yep. And then you have the admission key about the legacy. So this is like the picking your animal familiar or like, you know, picking whatever else. So I have decided to go with the Locket of the Clear Mind. So it's reading a book in 4 or less sittings, like we said before. And my dedication to pick from the already picked books. Yeah, I've managed to do it for most of them. There are 2 books in particular that are on my list that I haven't read, but I needed something to like fit a prompt or whatever. But I think I've done a pretty good job of picking the other ones. But anywho, so we'll jump out at that one. So little blurb over here that describes what the you're going to be on the rewatches. It's date night. I hope date night goes well. I think I'm gonna have to write down a little blurb or something about what the kind of picking of these things were. So we'll do it in reverse because that's probably the easiest way to go. And this is, I'm going to call this gear research rather than gear up, because that's effectively like what the way that I'm treating this. It's like, hey, yeah, I read up about the things that I got either given or like, my conduit and stuff like that, in the same way that this was, trekking the novice path. And this one here was, researching about my heritage. So it's like heritage study, which I think is kind of cool. So this guy here, we're going to put in a line. Hello, Linus. It goes here. And this one is going to be called, I'm just going to write it in black. Because I wrote this one in brown, so I feel like I should write it in brown. But then I didn't write the other one in brown, but then I haven't used brown anywhere else. So now I'm going to put brown down. Put the brown down. This one is going to be the Locket of the Clear Mind. Locket of Clear Mind. I can just make that fit, as opposed to Locket of the Clear Mind or whatever it's actually stated as. So the prompt here being, read a book in 4 or less sittings. And then the Queen of Shadows was for my spell book. That'll go there. Boink. I think the nice part about these two prompts in particular and having them both on the same page is that one of them obviously has 2 S's in the title and the other one doesn't have any S's. So it's pretty clear which one was for which. But again, I've tried to make sure that it's ordered in such a way that it's like first one, first, second one, second. Makes sense. This is my spell book. Spell book. How we say book. And that is 2 S's in the title. Book with at least 2 S's in the title. Gorgeous. So for doing my little whatchamacallit thing up here, I think I'll just use another one of these, but I might trim it down to start with so I know how much space I have. And I also think I'm going to stagger the text on this one rather than try and write it across, because I don't think I'm going to have enough space to write it across. Because if I do gear research, that's going to be quite large. So gear, I could maybe fit research under there. I'm going to put it here anyways. Research. RCH. That looks cute. Gear research. Done. This writing looks a little bit more wispy than my usual writing, but that's fine. It doesn't bother me too much. What we are going to want to do, though, is stick in a little bit of the map washi. Just in the corner there, so that then we've got a little bit of color to separate this piece of paper from the background. Otherwise, it just blends too much. I don't want it to do that. That looks pretty good. We'll need to trim some stuff back, but that looks awesome. And then we can just use the double-sided tape roller. So you've noticed that in terms of the headers that I'm using in these pages, some of them get to be on those little tickets, like we had for the start of the novice path and we had for my character name and such. And then some of them are just on these little pieces. Effectively, when it's a page title, like for the full page, that's when I tend to use the tickets. roughly. It doesn't always work out that way. But roughly, I like to use it so that then a full page title has a ticket, whereas something that's more like a section of a page, even though this takes up the full page, I consider this to be a section of the novice path, which you can't see, which is here. Because it's a section of the novice path, I'm like, the novice path gets the full, like, grunty title, and then this one just gets, like, a little title. So, similar idea with this kind of one. It's just, like, research for gearing up and such. So, we're going to trim that back. Oh, so cute. I am so excited. On the page across from this, though, that's where I'm going to be putting my calling information. But for that one, it requires me to do some Photoshop work, because the calling page is a little bit words. what do I mean? There's just some things on there that, like, just don't really fit the vibe. To put it in as nice a way as possible. I'm going to go and find it so that then I can show you what I mean. So, not a spell sword. I am an archmage. Let's see. So this is the archmage. The archmage page. We'll just zoom out a little bit so we can kind of see the whole thing together. And while I don't dislike it, I just don't necessarily feel like I need to have the Aurelium Academy, your calling awaits and stuff, when it's just supposed to be about, like, me being an archmage kind of thing. So I was thinking maybe I could try and make the text a little bit bigger and fill out this space, maybe make our character here a little smaller. I also don't necessarily love the picture of the character, because my character is actually a woman, not a male. So I was like, well, maybe I could find a picture on one of these other ones that would make sense. But also, I don't necessarily think that those ones will work either, because they are all very themed to the ones that they are placed on already. So I think it's going to require me to fiddle around a little bit with it. I think I'll still keep, gosh, I'm going to scroll all the way back, apologies. I'm going to keep the Archmage header. I'll probably get rid of the Aurelium Academy, your calling awaits. I might get rid of this quote, possibly. I need to keep this information at the bottom. That's, like, the most important information, is what is it that my character actually reads for the spring equinox and the autumn equinox. I'm not sure if I want to do that right now, though. I'm gonna work on the next page over first, and then if we have time at the end, then we'll come back and have a look at that. But for now, just be aware that this page here is effectively going to be a full page printout, similar to what we've got on these ones, but this one is going to be for my calling. And the reason that I need to have the information about what I read for each of the different reading challenges, because, 2 a year, and then depending on what your calling is, you get a list of kind of like fields of study that are required for your particular character's major calling or whatnot. And I'm going to be putting what I need to read over here. So having a look at the official documents, because that's probably the best place to start. That's why we're given these documents. So I'll just jump back into the callings and use my one as an example, because we can. So zooming all the way in. Whee! And coming down to this bottom section here. So you can see for the spring equinox, you just get given a list of classes. And then for the autumn equinox, you get given these letters, which are effectively like a grade that you need to read to. So for the spring equinox, which is the one that's in April, has already been done this year. My character had to fulfill the prompts for alchemy, inscription, artificery, spells and incantations, art of illusion, conjuration. So that is, 6? I had 6 books that I had to read in that month, in theory. Big theories. In that month, in order to pass the spring equinox. Now, G says that, yes, technically this is supposed to be done in a month. Yes, technically it is a monthly challenge. You don't have to do it in a month. She says, take your time with it. If you want to make it so that it's from the very start of the spring equinox up until the start of the autumn equinox's month, that's fine too. So that would give you April, May, June, July, previously 4 months because the next one would usually be in August, but it wasn't in August this year, so it gives you August this year as well. So like 5 months to read those books. And that's what I'm kind of treating it as. Again, I'm just going back and saying like, hey, if these were the prompts for each of these different things, then this is what, like, in theory, I have read that has fit this prompt, because I haven't actually, done the spring equinox. So that's what I'm going to be putting on this page here. I'm going to be writing out what the prompts were for those 6 different classes or 6 different areas of study, and then the 6 books that I have already read this year that tie to that, even though I didn't necessarily read them in April. I mean, some of them I might have even read before April, but it's cool because this isn't a competitive challenge. This is just, for us having fun. So put that there. Then we get to the autumn equinox, though, and this is where effectively like grades matter. So in our magical school or whatever, there are 3 possible grades that you can study to or like be given for each of these. So we'll write that on the back of the page we're working on here, because it's good to have a written example. So there is O, Q, and D, because A, B, C was too easy. I get so confused with this. The only way that I remember the order is that O is ordinary and D is distinction, and thus Q is the one in the middle. So this is like the lowest level and then the highest level, effectively. So when it says I need a D in alchemy, it means that I need to read a book for prompt O, a book for prompt Q, and a book for prompt D in alchemy. So that's 1 for each book, like 1 book for each of those prompts. But it's about to be spring here in New Zealand, so shouldn't we start the spring equinox challenge now? Like, you can, but everybody else will be doing the autumn one. But remember, like, this isn't based in our world. This is based in a fantasy like planet, effectively, called Aldea. So I don't mind doing the autumn equinox and calling it the autumn equinox, but I understand the point. So yeah, for alchemy, I need to do 3 books. Then for inscription, I need to do Q. So I need to read for the prompt for O and for the prompt for Q for inscription. Then for artificery, I need an O, so I only need to do the O prompt for artificery, A-R-T. And then for spells and incantations, so spells and incantations, I need to read to a Q, so I need to read this prompt and that prompt. So that is 8 books that I need to read for the autumn equinox. So you can kind of see, like, it's not just reading to the highest level, it's or at the highest level. It's not just like a D and Q and Q and O. It's reading all of them through, if that makes sense. I don't believe you have to do it in order. Like, you don't have to do O, then Q, then D. Like, well, at least I'm not going to. If you have to, I'm pretty sure you don't have to. But yeah, so we've got a bunch of different things that we have to read for this. Whereas for the spring equinox, the one that's in April, it's just 1 prompt for each of the different areas of study. But it's pretty nifty. So I am going to, on this page that I'm working on here, going to be putting spring equinox on this side and the autumn equinox on this side. And the autumn equinox is very much going to be like a TBR. So it's like things that I expect to read for each of the prompts, whereas the spring equinox, in theory, you've already read it. In theory, you don't even have to do the spring equinox. Like, if you're joining right now, you just start at the autumn equinox. You design your character. You don't have to read anything to design your character. You just jump in and read for the autumn equinox. But I just wanted to do it, so I'm going to do it. It used to be that it was an order, but now it's more relaxed. Yeah, thank the good Lord, because I don't like being told what order to read books in. Not saying that I'm going to go out there and read a series and I'm going to start with like book 4 or anything, but like, I like to be able to just pick up what I want to read. Tink. Let's see. So I am going to get out my little plan, because I've effectively made a little plan for myself as to how I want to set all of these pages up. And I'm going to figure out what is going where. Okay, so on this page here, we are going to have a little highlight that says which class each of the reads were for. And then we're going to stick the read in on top of that, because that kind of makes sense in my mind. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So originally when I was going to stick these in, I was just going to use the same size that I typically do for book covers, because when I do my book covers for, like, for instance, this one here, or I do them for these ones and whatever, I use 6 centimeters down usually when I print them, because that's just like a comfortable size. But because I wanted to have little blurbs underneath these ones, I had to make them a little bit smaller, which is tricky for me, but I need to figure out what size I'm going to need to put these in at. And I've kind of mapped it out, but I'm not too sure. So we're going to use this little book cover as an example. So I need to probably put the next line highlight in there. Put a little dot. There we go. And then that one will go here, which means that one will... Oh, no, wait, there's only 6 over here. So we're good. We're good. We just needed to do that one. Cool. So maybe a spoiler for which book I've been decided to read for one of these prompts. Not that it really matters, but there we go. We'll put that highlight in. So these little labels that I'm putting in, that's where I'm going to write down the class name so that I know which book relates to which of the classes. And then at the top, I'm going to put in a little summary of what the prompt was for that. So for my classes, the first class that I had to do, which again, I did not do these in order. So like I say first, just ignore me. But for alchemy, the focus for that course was transmutation circles. Let's see if I can actually find the list for you, because I think I've got it somewhere. What was it? It was spring. Where would I find spring? Again, there's a lot of stuff in this in this G drive. So many good things. But the spring syllabus, that's what I'm looking for. So for the spring syllabus, I had to read 6 different books. And the first book, what's the word? Oh my gosh, I'm just like losing my words right now. I apologize, because I know how frustrating it is to watch things like that. The first class, School of Magic, area that I had to study was alchemy. Thank you, personal brain. There we go. Share screen so you can see what I'm looking at. There we go. So the first one was alchemy. We love that. And the course focus was transmutation circles. Yeah, thank you. The prompt here is the circle on the cover. So I picked to read that one. I was going to do Fourth Wing, because I figured that, like, it's got a kind of a circle on the cover. So that kind of makes sense. So we're going to put Fourth Wing there. That looks cute. I'm going to put them over here so that I can just transfer them. Then the next prompt that I had, or the next area of study that I was doing for my one, that was in inscription, and the course focus was practical typography. So I had to write down 3 titles, fold it, and then pick one. So this is obviously the kind of prompt that you would really do before you start reading. Obviously, I didn't do the Spring Equinox, so what I did is that I took 3 titles from the list of books I'd already read and then picked one out, and the one that came out was Every Heart a Doorway. So, kind of fudging it a little bit, but it's just for fun. It's okay. Then the next one that we had was Artificery, and the course focus was lock and key. So it had to have a lock or a key on the cover or in the title. So I picked Building a Second Brain, because when you actually go and have a look at it on Goodreads, it's Building a Second Brain, a proven method to organize your digital life and unlock your creative potential. I'm like, yeah, so that counts. I'm putting that in there. Then for spells and incantations, it was a spell that we were learning, and it's called Quick Count. So it was a random number generator, the title length. And I spent such a long time counting out the characters in the Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches so that I knew the kind of maximum number to put on my random number generator. It had 38, so I was like, okay, well, I'll put 40, just to make the randomizer have a little bit of a fudge factor there, and then it picked out 38, and I was like, okay, well now I need to go and recount the very secret society of irregular witches just to make sure that it's actually 38. I'm very glad that it turned out that it did have that, because I did not want to have to go and find another title that had 38 characters in it. Oh my gosh, so much counting. But the next one was Art of Illusion, which was shadow play as the course focus. So for shadow play, it was the word game or play in the title. So I picked The Hunger Games. I haven't read it yet. I started reading it yesterday. So I'm like, I'm just going to read that and then like call it like it was done for spring. Because again, I'm just fudging it. This is my character is perpetually late. That is part of her, I don't know, core center of being. So it's fine. And then for the last one, that one was Conjuration, which was doing a color wheel, wasn't it? Yeah. So yeah, Conjuration was a blinding prism for the course focus, and you use a color wheel. I spun the color wheel, I got silver, and I figured that there was a primary color of silver on when the moon hatched. Like, there's a little bit of blue at the bottom, but the rest of this felt very silver tone, so I decided to use that one. So we can stick those in, and then I can write in what the classes were that each of these were associated with. Try and stick them in straight, please. There we go. That looks cute. I love having all the little book covers stuck in. I just think that it makes it look kind of like fun. It's a bit of fun. Let's see. So one of the things that I know that G has recently introduced, or kind of like reworked, I suppose, is the idea of guild points. Because what it used to be is that like there was this kind of like point system previously. You'd earn points for doing different challenges and finishing your list of books that you needed to read for each of the different semesters at Aurelium and such. But they weren't really used. Like, you could earn the points and you could like level up, but then it would possibly give you maybe some perks and such, but people didn't really pay a lot of attention to them. So she's reworked it now so that then you can buy things at a little shop, which is cute. And I mean, they're all, like fake things. Like, it's not like an actual shop that you can trade in like book points to get. Do you guys ever have any of those like reading programs in schools where it's like you can read X books and get amount off of a pizza? I think it's like a kid's incentive to read books, but I thought it was kind of a fun little system that they had. But there we go. Stick that one in. And we can stick this one in. Very, very cute. So you, by reading books and, completing your reading challenges and all of this kind of stuff, you can earn points. And then from the points that you earn, you can go and spend those points at the little shop. I think it's called like the Guild Emporium or something like that. She has a lot of different names for a lot of different things, which is very cute. Like, it's very cool. I say different names, like each thing only has one name, but it's kind of hard to keep track of if you're new, like me. So I'm not too sure how I want to approach the shop, because I know that there is in particular things that you can purchase, like scrolls, which allow you to like not have to read certain things, or like swap reads out and stuff like that, which I think is a pretty cool idea. But I'm not too sure how I want to keep track of that. I was kind of thinking of turning it kind of like an expense log almost. But yeah, I'm not too sure if I actually want to read those. Question: do you have a book cover template for your team members? Book cover template for your team members. I don't, but I do have like that video where I talk about how to make all of them. I think it's part of the reason why I don't have one is because I use Microsoft Word, and a lot of people don't have access to Microsoft Word. So instead, I made that video which kind of shows you how to do it on either Word or Google Sheets, or what is it? Docs, Google Docs, Microsoft Word, or Canva. And then it allows you to size them to a size that is actually aligned with how you want to print them off, because I like to use a very set size in my journal. And I know, like, for instance, Monica uses a different size in hers, and then other people use different sizes. I think it was easier just to show people the process. I thought that would be probably more helpful, but In terms of the rest of this layout, I think that the sizing on this is looking a little interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, maybe it's all right. 6, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we'd have a ticket over here that tells us that it's for the. Unless we do the ticket that way, I feel like the ticket should go this way. When I say the ticket, I'm talking about these guys here because I want to put in a header that says this is for the spring equinox. And I kind of feel like the spring equinox should have flowers on it. So I could possibly do this one, maybe cut the bottom of it off so that it fits in there a little nicer. Do I have... Well, I've got this one, which possibly looks a little bit better. I think I'll put that one on. That looks cute. Which means that then the little highlights that I do to the side of this don't have to go the whole way over. Hee hee hee. So... we'll put 1. Now, the reason I'm doing 6 lines here is because I have 6 reads. I'm not too sure what I'm going to do on the other side, though, because I have 8. So I'm going to need to figure out a different way to fit those in, possibly. Because on this one, I'm effectively just going to be writing on the highlighted line, or I could 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think I'll just write on the highlighted line because I don't really need to write out the titles of the books because the books are like right there. It doesn't seem super necessary. You need to away for a moment. Oh, good. That's fine. Gotta do what you gotta do. So I think I'm going to... You printed all the pages and made it a mini calendar and then made it a ledger. That's cool. I'm going to write in the class in brown and then the prompt in black. I think that's the way that I want to do this. Kind of similar to what we had on the first page with my character in terms of their heritage, province, and background. So, alchemy. Alchemy and then inscription. And then artifice. This one always trips me up because when I write it in like a Word document, it comes up with a red squiggle to say that it's wrong. And I'm like, but it's a word. Spells and incantations. That one's long. I hope that the prompt isn't long for this. I can't remember what the prompt is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Random number generator. So that one's not too bad. I can probably write that out small, so that's fine. Art of illusion. Can I spell illusion? No. And then conjuration. Conjuration. Now, when I did this on the first page, because I like to keep it so that then it looks kind of samey. I did a dash and then wrote down different bits and pieces. So I'm going to... that's annoying because I kind of want to write down what the class is as well, but that's going to be a lot of text. So I'm wondering if I actually have enough space to write all of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I just put them in here, then I would have enough space across to write all of that out. I'd have to cover this up, though. Very stressful. You're glad that you don't have to look focused on the screen for this video? No, that's fair. Yeah, you want to make sure that you have your eyes on the tape so that you don't cut your poor little designs up. So, because, okay, when I wrote out the information that I wanted to record on here, I did write down the course focus because I thought it would be kind of nice to have a record of it, even though it doesn't really matter. It's just words, but I thought it would be kind of cute. And now I don't think I'm going to have enough space to be able to do that. So I think it's time for a drink break so that I can consider my choices. Tink. Like, how do we want to work this? This is why we always plan ahead, which I did technically plan ahead. I just didn't plan for wanting to write down as much as I seem to be wanting to write down. It's going to be harder on this side, though, because I have 8. So that'd be what, like, at least this corner, I know I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, but then it's like 5, 6, 7, 8, or 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see. Could put it under the image. I don't think I have enough space to write out the full prompt for these ones. Or do you mean like the course focus? I could do the course focus under there. It just means that I have to do that for all of them instead of writing out these ones again. Yeah, alrighty, we'll do that. I mean, like, I don't have to record the course name twice. So yeah, that kind of works. Is there a question? Yeah, right after this, you're going to go watch that magical readathon video to see if you can do it. Yep, completely fair. There is totally a video on this readathon. I've linked it in the description box. It's not a live stream like this, and it's more so just focused on like the autumn equinox in particular and talking through the prompts for that. But I think I also linked to the introduction to Aldia, which talks more about like the character design and stuff and how you actually pick all of the different elements, kind of like we talked about before with the idea of like character generation and the stuff that you need to do. But yeah, those ones are linked in the description for you. I'm going to be using a tip-in, but I'm going to be using a tip-in on this page. So on this one, I think what we're going to do, we're going to write down the course name or like area of study or whatever underneath the images, and we're going to write out the prompt up the top because there's just a little bit more space at the top, and some of the prompts are a little bit bigger. So, good troubleshooting, team. So we're going to do circle on the cover. And then for inscription, it was pick randomly from 3. I'm very much taking liberties with the way that these are written to make the writing of them fit into the spaces that I have. And I know what I meant. It's cool. So lock or key on the cover or in title. So I'm just going to do lock in the title because that's how I fulfilled the prompt, because it was unlock. Then spells and incantations, random number generator for title length. RNG for title length, because that fits there, but random number generator, writing that out in full, would not fit there. The word magic is involved, and as a witch and D&D player, instantly attracted. Yes, very much. I'm very attracted to this reading challenge because of the kind of like fantasy element of it, and I think that it's really fun because it's like a pick your own adventure type deal. I mean, if you want an actual pick your own adventure, then a year in Aldia is another reading challenge associated with the magical readathon. And that one's like a book per month, and you get to kind of like, you know, go down this little trail and pick which prompt best suits your character and such, or which one you want to read. That also works too. So word game or play. So I'm going to write game because that's what I've picked. Game in the title. And then for conjuration, color wheel. If I can spell color, it's not CH, because I was like wheel H, but then I haven't even gotten to that word yet. COLOUR, wheel, and then in brackets, I'm just going to write silver because that's what I spun. Gorgeous. All right, so now, like we had before, and thank you for the recommendation, Nizel71. I think that then having the course focus under here makes it a good use of the space, which I was going to write in brown, but I didn't. That's fine. Transmutation. Circles. And then this one is practical typography. typography. And then this one is lock and key. And I would probably have preferred to have written them central, but I didn't, so is what it is. This one, I mean, like, technically speaking, I said I was going to show you ages ago, but these are all of the offcuts that I have from cutting around my stickers. So these are all sticker paper, but, like, can't really be used for a lot, but they are excellent for covering mistakes. I just don't think I make this many mistakes. Knock on wood. Because I don't want to change that fact about it, but, like, yeah, I've got a lot of mistake covering material now. Definitely more than I need. Definitely more than I need. Oh, excellent. When you finish a year in Aldea, you get something for your character at the end. Yeah, and I saw that somebody had set up in their magical readathon journal, they had a shelf to house all of their different items, which I thought was really cool. So anything that they read to get for their book, or for their character, sorry, I can, like, draw that onto the shelf and then effectively have, like, a display cabinet of all of the different bits and pieces they've collected for their character. I'm just like, that is so nifty. Love it so much. Oh my god. So this one here was Quick Count. It's a spell. It would be cool to have a log of all of the areas of magic that your character has studied. I'm not gonna do. I was wondering what the 36 was. Hi, cat. I think it'd be cool to have a log of all of the different areas of magic that your character has studied. I'm not gonna, like, do that this time, but I think that'd be kind of interesting. I would like to try and make that central, and I think I'm going to do that. We'll do that in a second. So color wheel was for this one. So that's Blinding Prism, and then this one is Shadow Play, and I think that I'm gonna have to try and centralize that. Shadow Play. That looks a lot more centralized than it could have, so that's nice. And then Blinding Prism is going to be kind of similar. Maybe a little bit further over. Blinding Prism. There we go. Nicely centralized. That one, not so much. The typography practical is not really all that centralized, but it's not as big a deal. But I think that this one kind of irks me. So we're going to take one of those little offcuts that I was just saying that I don't really need. And we're going to color it in with my pen to make sure it's the same color as my journal page. Probably only need, like, yay much. We'll just cut the end of that off. And then we can just stick it over the top. And the nice part about this paper, the sticker paper that I use, this matte sticker paper, is that it behaves very similarly to my notebook pages when it comes to thinking about, like, how pens behave on them, which means that when it comes time to do these little mistake fixes, it's very simple, which is nice. I like it a lot. And you stick it over the top. Bam. And the mistake is gone. See? No harm, no foul. Can't even tell. Love that. A log is in the Discord as a spreadsheet. Nice. Yeah. I think that I would, if I was going to keep a log of it, it'd be the kind of thing that I'd kind of want to write down, because it feels very, it feels special, you know? But I don't have any immediate need to do that right now, considering my character hasn't actually studied anything. This is all just like, hey, these are your transcripts from the school you came from, and this is the way that we found it to line up with our school. That's how I'm treating it, at least. So lock and key is going to be kind of here-ish to get it centralized. Lock and key. Oh, wait, 1, 2.5. 2.5. Yeah, okay. That looks roughly centralized. Perfection. Ha 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 ha. So that means that when I go and do these ones on the other side for the autumn equinox, I'm going to want to have a kind of similar layout to it. This is looking very white, whereas the last pages that we've had these book covers and such, I've put these little pieces of tape in amongst the background. I think I kind of want to go and do some of that on here. Not heaps, but at least some. So just ripping some tape off. Maybe see if I can put it down the side of one of these. Just so it kind of looks like it's poking out the back, even though it's not really. Now I'll just cut this piece off with my craft knife. Where is my craft knife? I know you're here somewhere, friendo. And there we go. Just so it kind of looks like it matches the other pages that we have. When I come to do this side, once I've kind of decided on the layout, I will probably put the tape down first, because it's a lot easier to stick the little book covers over the top of the tape than it is to try and get the tape underneath the book covers when they're already stuck down. Let's see. Hello from Sweden. Hello from New Zealand. It's the middle of the night. Oh no. Tink. Well, I hope that you're able to get back to sleep soon if that's what you so desire. But very glad that we can keep you company. So up the top here is where I'm going to keep this little ticket, and this is going to say Spring Equinox. So we're going to, I kind of almost want to stick it down first so I know where it's going to sit, which means I'm going to want to put some tape behind this so that then, you know, like we kind of talked about before, it's got something going on there. Rip, rip, rip. Oh, excellent. Doubles from Sweden. Made it to your first live stream. Oh, wow. I'm glad that you were able to make it along. It's always nice when people are here for their first time. I mean, it's also nice when people are here for their third time or fifth, or I don't know how many live streams we've had. We'll put that one in. The bottom here doesn't matter so much that it's straight, because I don't really like it when it's straight, but because we're sticking this over the top, it's like no real big deal. This part, though, is coming out just a little bit too much for my liking, so we'll rip that part off. We'll possibly use that for something later. And then we'll trim the rest of that off, but not this second. We're going to take one of these tickets, and I think I'm just going to, I don't know if I want to trim it back so that it sits kind of in the corner, or if I want to stick it over the edge. I think I'll probably trim it back. We'll just fold maybe yay much down so I can kind of see how it would look. So it'll kind of sit here, and then I can stick something else underneath here and make it look a little decorative. That looks kind of cool. That is sufficient in terms of sizing as well, I think. I hope. I don't know how long the word equinox is. EQUINOX. It's only 7 letters, and it's going to be in lowercase letters, so it's probably not that big a deal. Alrighty, so we're going to stick another one of these little stamp looking things down just for some visual interest. Make sure to trim back all of that white space. I mean, trimming back the white space on this one isn't going to matter so much because I'm going to be sticking it here, but because it does have a tendency to pick up some of the color from the ones underneath it, it makes it not blend as well as it could. So we're just going to take those off. And the nice part is, like, it's literally a rectangle, so it does not take a lot of effort to trim back the white space on this one. If these were something like washi tape stickers that are kind of pictures, like the ones that I use, like these cheeky little ones and such, trying to do it for that would be a mission, and it's a no from me. So positioning wise, we're going to put this roughly here, which means that this one can go roughly here. That'll look kind of cute. And then this one will sit on top of it. Glue tape roller. I always appreciate when people say that the live streams are soothing, because if you meet anybody who knows me in real life, they will not tell you that my voice is soothing. That is not the case when it comes to, I guess, my typical everyday speak. Maybe I'm just a lot more like soft-spoken on these. I'm using my peaceful voice, but try and stick this in straight. That would be a good idea. Gorgeous. It's coming together so well. I'm so excited because I've been seeing my friends set up their reading journals for the reading challenge, and just been getting very eager to do one for my own reading journal. So this is very nice. And then watching the ones that I watched yesterday to see how other people were setting theirs up, I'm just like, oh my god, I want to get started now. Like a lot of the sticking in that I did before going live, those ones were mainly done so that then you didn't have to watch me struggle with trying to stick in like these big full sheets because ugh, Monica's making the eyes. What you making the eyes for? But I think that once we've got these ones in, it's gonna look very put together, which is nice. They're very soothing. It's very methodical and calm. Yeah, that's because I spent the entire of yesterday figuring out what order I wanted all of these things in, so I could come to this with a plan. Otherwise, this stream would be like 6 hours long, and we're almost at 3 hours, which is a good reminder. If you haven't gotten up, had a stretch, maybe had some water or anything, take care of yourself. It's important to take care of yourself. So this one is going to say spring. P-R-I-N-G. Spring. Which this pen is not having a happy time right now. It might just be the paper itself, but I'm just going to check to see how much ink the pen actually has. Look at that. That's how much ink this pen has. Oh no! That's possibly one of the reasons for being able to, have the pen have a little conniption there when I'm trying to write out my header. We're gonna see if I can get through the next word. It'd probably be fine. Equinox. Yeah, I can probably fit Equinox in there. Not with this pen. Absolutely not. That pen is dead. No, don't leave it on your desk. Throw it in the bin. Because you're not gonna remember that it's out of ink, and then you're gonna try and use it. Thankfully, though, we do have some spares. Gotta keep a stash of the favorite writing pen to make sure that there's always one on hand, guys. You don't want to be caught unaware, not have a pen to use as a backup. Take the little nubbin off very gently, very safe. Absolutely not that, but would you look at that? Beautiful. Q-U-I-N-O-X. Equinox. Spring equinox. There we go. Not too bad. The black of this ink is so much more punchy compared to the black of that one, but it's all good. You're a fountain pen user, so you just refill from the bottle. Yeah, fair. I have a fountain pen. She's beautiful. She's gorgeous. We love her. She has green ink in her. I don't use her to write very much, but we're gonna want to put in those little cross sticky bit things or whatever we call them. I'm gonna call them fasteners. They're not really fasteners though, because they're not actually holding anything down, but they look like they're fasteners. And yeah, it's literally just for the look of it. It's cute though. So just so you can see what I'm doing, because I'm trying to cut this but also quite close to my face so that I can cut roughly in a straight line. That stuck to my finger. Where are my tweezers? There we go. Gently remove from the finger. Here, I think here works the best. And then one over the top. I only ever do two, because I think that doing two just looks kind of nice. Doing four would probably look... It would probably feel like too much to me, and also it would take twice the amount of time. So we're saving ourselves the hassle here. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Love it. So here we go. This is what we've got for this one. I do think I need maybe a little bit more of this brown paper, possibly along the side. I say paper, it's not paper, it's washi tape, but I just think it would look a little bit better to have some more in there. So we're going to put some along here, and we'll just trim it back. I do typically tend to try and make it so that the so that the text on this is kind of all in the same direction. Like the tape is technically a this way tape. What's this? Horizontal. So I tend to try not to use it vertically, but I didn't stick this down before I started, so now I'm just kind of trying to fiddle in bits wherever they will actually fit, which it is what it is, but this is not a good way to cut this. What are you doing? There we go. Because we want it to be nice and tight, otherwise you'll have a white space there. And this is another benefit of going and sticking this in ahead of time, because then you don't have to worry about white spaces because they just sit on top. Oh, hello from Australia. Hello from New Zealand. So I think that looks a little bit nicer. I kind of almost want to go and put maybe a little bit up here, just because that white space feels very blank. Do I have a convenient piece? Not really, so we'll just rip a little bit more off of the roll. Doesn't need to be a lot, just a little strip of it, like that. We can align that with the top to make it fill in just a little bit of space there. You do not have to do this. You don't have to be as extra as I am. But I just like it when things look filled in. White space is not my friend. Yay! I'm looking good. I'm pleased with this. This is nice. How's the weather there? Good question. I haven't looked outside my window because I kind of left my office in a state of like ready to roll for the stream so I could just jump on this morning. So I haven't looked outside, but at least through the sheer curtain that I have, it looks kind of grey, which is fine with me. I'm not planning on going out anytime soon. So, as mentioned, spring equinox. That happened in April. I did not read these in April, but I have read them since then, I think. I think I technically read this one in March, but it's fine. Details. Because I'm not coming into the spring equinox. I'm coming into the autumn one. So the ones that I have on the list for autumn, or like, the September reading challenge, those ones I have not read. Well, I haven't read this year, or I haven't read for this reading challenge. So those ones, it's very much more of like a TBR than it is a like log of things I've already consumed. For this one, to put in the details that I want, I'm probably going to need to use a tip-in. So we'll bring up our screen. We'll have a look at what the different bits and pieces are for this one. Okay, so this is the spring syllabus. I don't want the spring syllabus. Do I have a picture for that's the novice path. That's my character. That's the Archmage thingamabob. I don't know what pictures are in this folder though. I think that's all of them. So I might have to sneaky cheeky quit out of that one and go find the other one, because we want to look at the autumn syllabus. That would be much, much more helpful. How's the arcane? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so the autumn equinox / syllabus is actually a document. It's not a picture, so that makes it a little easier. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Here it is. Yes. So we're going to read through this one. Like we said before, when it comes to your calling, you, for the autumn equinox, have certain levels that you have to achieve up to, or whatever. So like a D in alchemy means you have to read for O, for Q, and for D, 3 separate books. So in terms of my ones, having a quick look at those, flicking across. So D for distinguished in alchemy, I have to read so much stuff. No, it's not that bad. It's going to be fun. I'm going to have a good time with it. But we have O is chemical breakdown. So a read that will make you emotional. Emotional damage. Where are my books? I have them printed out and they're on my desk somewhere. Oh, there they are. They were upside down. We're okay. So the book that I have selected to read for a chemical breakdown, which I think is funny because it's like a breakdown. So a book that will make you emotional. I am in theory going to be reading Crescent City, book 1. What is it? A House of Earth and Blood. I just call it Crescent City. I don't think it helps that in the other 2 Sarah J. Maas series, like, the series name is just the title of the first book, but it's fine. So that's my first one. For the second one, so there's Component Reconstruction, which is a Q in alchemy. So that one is a book that was traditionally published after being self-published. And the example that G gave here was The Martian. I don't really want to read The Martian. So what I've decided to read is Lore Olympus by Rachel Smythe. I mean, technically I have read it already, but I've been wanting to reread the series, so I'm going to reread it. It's cool. So that one I'm excited about because, like, originally she published it on Webtoons and now it's, like, been traditionally published in, like, a book and all of that. So I'm going to read that. Looking forward to it. Then D being Culinary Transmutation. So it has food on the cover. And I was just like, oh my god, I should just read Twilight. Like, I'm not going to read Twilight, but I decided to read Legends and Lattes because despite it being called lattes, there's actually, I don't know if you can, like, really see it. It's quite small, but there's pastries on the cover, like croissant, pie, whatever. So I'm like, that works. It's got food on the cover. I'm gonna read that. So that's gonna be my book with food on the cover. Then the next class, lesson, whatever I had to take was Inscription, which I don't think is on screen. We're gonna have to go and have a look. Find where Inscription is. Oh god, there's so many things open. Inscription. Lots of scrolling. I think that might be it. There it is. Haha, Inscription. So I have to just read to a Q in Inscription. Thank you. Like, again, we can just check the callings. It's like right here. Q in Inscription. All good. So for Inscription, I have to read Art of Decipher. So this is a title that has all the letters of your first name. And I'm like, I don't want to read one of those. So this is where I'm thinking that I might endeavor to get one of those scrolls or whatever from the little shop so that I don't have to read this one. Like, I could swap it out for something else or, like, whatever. Otherwise, technically speaking, I could read, I think there's a book called, like, Jessica's Guide to Romance on the Dark Side or something like that. I think it's like a YA vampire book. I'm like, I could read that. I don't really want to though. So I'm taking my name to be Jessica, or if I take it to be like my character's name, which would be RAIJN, I'm like, that's still hard because it's got like a J in it. So we'll see what happens with that one. I don't have a specific book picked out for it. But then for Q, this is ink pigmentation, so color wheel for the title color. And I spun and I got gold. I'm like, oh my god, perfect. Like, there are so many books with gold titles. So I've decided to go with A House of Bane and Blood because this one's going to be a buddy read. And I do think it's kind of funny that I have two: House of Earth and Blood, House of Bane and Blood. And I'm like, why is there so much blood in this house? Oh my gosh. But it's cool. It's fine. So, okay, so Jessica's Guide to Dating on the Dark Side is kind of fun. Alrighty, I still might pick it up then. We'll see what happens. It sounded kind of interesting. It was the best option I could find, at least. Because you can, like, deconstruct your name and reconstruct it, but god, such a mission. Can you give us a link to the readathon? It's in the description box. So you can find it in there. But House of Bane and Blood, looking cute. Then we have my next one, which is Artificery. So this one is the one at the top, so I need to do an O level to that. So that is Birthstone Properties, a book with the cover color of your birthstone. And this one I haven't decided on because I'm born in October, which means that my birthstone is opal, and you can find like a bucket ton of opal colors. So it's a really open prompt for me. So I was thinking, like, I literally just went and started searching opals of different colors, and so like green opal, orange opal, blue opal. So I need to go and figure out what I actually want to do with that because I've got a lot of options for it. So I haven't printed one off that one yet. I was thinking either Leather and Lark or City of Bones. We'll see what happens. But then the next one we have is Spells and Incantations, and I think that's higher up. Let's go have a look. Yep, Spells and Incantations. So this one here down the bottom, or like down the bottom of the first page, I have to do a Q level. So the first one is Charm, Dancing Stars, and that's a 5-star prediction. So the one I have picked for a 5-star prediction is Quicksilver, because I wanted to put our book club book in here somewhere, and that one has I think one of the largest numbers of 5-star ratings out of the books that I potentially wanted to read. So I thought that, like, if everybody else likes it, I'm probably going to like it. I'm simple like that. It's fine. So that's the one that I got for a 5-star prediction. The next one, and thus like the last one in my TBR, at least for now, until I find those 2 other books, is the spell we're learning is Memory Clip, and it is a book shown in any of my videos. And by my, it means G's videos. So I maybe it's a little bit of a cop-out, but I decided for this one that I was going to take one of the books that was called out as being a potential for the book club books for the Aurelium reading challenge, because each of the guilds gets a book club book, and one of the potentials was Serpent and the Wings of Night, and I actually do want to read that. So I was like, well, hey, it was in your video, you talked about it, even though you didn't necessarily read it. I don't know if she's read it, but I was like, stuff it, all goods. I'm gonna put that one on there. So this is my little list of books so far, with 2 other ones coming. I'm not too sure what it is I'm gonna actually fill those prompts with, but I still want to keep my prompts in order. I still want to keep the things that I'm putting in order here. So I think what I'm gonna do, if we drop that little cheeky boy out of the way so we can have a snoop at the page, I might put I might put them here and then have a flip out that's here, because then it doesn't flip out off the page. So the 2 books that I haven't read, they be somewhere in this mix. What did I say? It was House of Earth and Blood, Lore Olympus, Legends and Lattes, then the question mark book, then House of Bane and Blood, then the question mark book. So it's going to be arranged like this, with these 2 being TBC. And then this one here, I would originally put down the little ticket that says like, hey, this is for the spring, nope, get out, the autumn equinox, and then have it flip over, and then underneath that it will have what the prompts are. I think that's the way that I want to do it. It does mean that I'm going to have to try and make it so that I can write over that. So what I might do, rather than writing on here, is actually just write it on a fully separate piece of card and then fold it in half. Nice and easy. If you're like, wait, what is she talking about? What I'm thinking about doing here, I'm just going to use that piece of paper that we had before, little messy paper. Messy paper. So I'm going to take the piece of paper, I'm going to fold it in half-ish, or whatever. I'm going to size it to be whatever this size is when it's folded in half. So I fold it in half, so it's going to sit like there. And then I'm going to write all of the prompts underneath here before I stick it in, so that then I don't have to try and write over the crease of my journal, because that would be messy. Too hard. What I do need to figure out, though, is how I'm going to do the sizing, because this sizing is for 6 books and I need to read 8. But before we do that, I'm going to put some decoration on the page. Decorate first. And by decorate first, I mean these things first, and then decorate the page. Because I need to know where those are going to go before I go and put decoration down. Otherwise, I'll end up decorating over them. 1, 2, 3, 4, blank. 1, 2, 3, 4, blank. 1, 2, 3, 4. The nice part is I've already set up the page beside it, so I know where things are going. Hee hee hee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Okay. Stop getting distracted. You have work to do. That's gonna go here. Looks cute. Excellent. Come back. So now as we know what this is going to be doing, what about the hollow square with your clear space? What about a hollow square with your clear space in the middle? I could, but I figured as soon as I know what the book is, I'm just going to stick it in anyway. So I find that, like, you know how some people, when they do their reading journal, they like draw an outline for where they want to put the book cover. I personally prefer not to do that because it would bother the ever-loving heck out of me if then I printed the book cover and it didn't fit properly. Because some of these books, every so often, you get a book cover picture that is just a little bit thinner than other ones. Like, I don't know if you can tell here, maybe, but the Quicksilver book is just a little bit wider than Serpents and the Wings of Night. And if I had drawn my box with Quicksilver in mind and then ended up with a book that was the size of Serpents and the Wings of Night, I would be pissy because I am easily bothered like that. My character has no resilience. Absolutely none. Because my character is based on me and I'm a giant baby. You hope you love Legends and Lattes as much as I did. Oh yeah, I think that I'm excited about it. It's actually one of the very few books that I have in physical copy, and admittedly I don't have the one that has the cover that I've printed off, but I don't care because the words are the same, so it doesn't matter. Like all of those ones, the prompts that are like, oh, you know, a book with the color that's XY cover, or a book that has this on the cover and stuff, and you have alternate covers, I'm like, whatever, like it doesn't bother me. You know, if I had have read Fourth Wing that had a completely different cover, I still would have used it for the circle because this one has a circle. I would have just printed off the one that has a circle to put on here. But as said, want some decoration, I'll put that on. Because like this one can just go here-ish. Make sure that it's at least aligned straight up and down. And it's okay that this one has straight parts on the side here and kind of along the bottom, because when I go and stick things over the top of this, it's gonna hide that, so that's fine. Hee. You mean that since you have 8 books, instead of putting the empty space where book 9 would go, 3 by 3. Wait, I'm gonna need to read this real slow. Since I'll put it in the middle. The reason I'm putting it up here is that then I can put the title of the page in the same place so that these two look kind of similar to each other. That's the main reason why I'm doing it. There we go. See, my inability to interpret questions. Apologies. Yeah. Alrighty. You can fix that in Microsoft Word. Yeah, I know you can, but I couldn't be bothered. Like, once it's printed off, I'm not going to print it off again because I am so against wasting my sticker paper. Like, quote, quote, wasting, quote, quote. I don't like it when I have to print things off multiple times because it just means that I didn't do as good a job as I could have the first time. Okay, yes, I know. I'm just being a giant baby again, but that is how I am. I want this one to be just a little bit higher so that we can kind of see it poking out the top when I put the covers on this one. I'm also thinking I might want to rip some of the excess of this one off because it's a different color on the other side. Yeah. There we go. That works. I've already printed the covers. Well, see, yeah. So I'm thinking that once which one did we say was... That one's there, that one's a skip, that one's there, that one's a skip, that one's there, that one's there. Yeah. So I'm just going to put this here for a second so I can kind of see where it will line up. I think that will look kind of cute. So I just want a little bit of color in amongst them so that then they don't look so stark. Like this having such a large white gap doesn't fill me with joy. To the extent where I'm just like, Jessica, why didn't you just use a craft paper notebook? Like, if you were going to try and make everything brown and beige, why not just use a craft paper notebook? But I didn't know that when I was going into it, and I wanted to use this one specifically because it just felt like a reading journal. Like, it literally has a book on the cover of it, so it kind of makes sense in my mind. But there we go. Yeah, and I appreciate everybody just like dealing with the fact that I'm just a little bit particular about how things set up in my journal. Understatement of the century. Yeah, I recognize that I am incredibly prissy. But having said that, I have recognized in myself that over my period of, journaling and working in my notebooks and stuff, I have let go of so much perfectionism. Like I'm still a perfectionist. I still very much strive to make things look certain ways and all of that kind of a thing. But compared to how I used to be, girl be flying. She's doing great things. We're proud of her. We can stick that there. That looks cute. This is me just like taking all of the little pieces that I've ripped off as I've been going through and trying to make sure that I'm sticking them down, using them on the pages, just so that then they can have their time in the sun. They can be part of the party. There we go. So I'm thinking, like, in my next reading journal, like, will I go quite as hard? Maybe not. I think that it would be fun to do the year in Aldia next year, though, because I didn't take that on this year. But I think that if I set it up in advance and know in advance that I'm doing it, it would be kind of a fun challenge. You love that I'm a persnickety biscuit because you are too. Yay! Persnickety biscuits unite. We can be like the whole cookie jar. There we go. If you're wondering, yes, a biscuit and a cookie are pretty similar things where I'm based. One's just drier than the other most of the time. So we're gonna stick this one here. Here. That looks cute. Because then that will go here. That one is so crooked. It is a no from me. But thankfully this is washi tape, so it's not too hard to pull up off the page and realign it to make your heart happy. Hehehe. I would like to see. Okay, and this is a question for you guys. For anybody who does print their little covers out and stick them into their journal, do you cut them out yourself or do you use a cutting machine? Because I cut all of mine out myself. Like I don't think it's like too big of a burden because they are literally just rectangles. But it might be nice if I could get my cutting machine to do it. Maybe that might be kind of nice. Yet to be seen. Like, you love that term, but nobody says it. Yeah, you cut them yourself. You use your Cricut. Yeah, because I'd be like, yeah, because you lost your cutter. No, lost it as in like it's just been misplaced, or lost it as in like request in pace. It's like gone in a fire or something. Because either way, it's sad. But getting back to doing it thing again is abusing it a bit and still claiming abuse. Yeah, I haven't used mine for cutting out reading journal cover kind of things yet, but I would like to possibly try it because I think it would just maybe speed the process up. Like, again, it is just misplaced while moving. It still sucks. So I like hope it shows up, but you just cut yours out with a craft knife. Yeah, I just cut mine all out with scissors and then just peel back the top layer and little stickers. It's all good. It doesn't bother me so much, but I think that if you've got the tool, then it's worth using it. But you need to know how to use the tool. So I need to do some upskilling in that area. And it's just finding the time. I really don't like to say it that way. Let's say making the time. I need to make the time, set aside the time, designate the time to learn how to do this. But it's not really a priority for right now. So that's why I haven't done it. But my next Cricut project is very much going to be is writing little labels for the drawers in my office, because since doing my office reorganization process, I don't know what is in any of my drawers anymore, because I got a full new set of drawers. So now I have 3 sets. That's 4. Get out. 3 sets of drawers rather than 2, which each have 5 drawers. So 15 drawers, and when you don't know what's in each of them, that's a lot of time wasted opening and closing drawers repeatedly. So it'd be nice to have some labels on them so I can be like, hey, this is my drawer for my stickers. This is my drawer 1 for washi tape, 2 for washi tape. 3 for I only have 2 for washi tape. The third one is for PET tape. You're not dumb. What is a Cricut? So a Cricut is a cutting machine. It's effectively like an electronic cutter. So it has a little blade and it logs to this program, and then the program tells it where to run the blade. You can cut a bunch of different things for it. So yeah, I have a Cricut. I have had it for many moons. And then the extent of what I have cut using the Cricut is some labels for my kitchen containers. So it effectively takes like a vinyl sticker sheet and then cuts out the letters individually, and then you can transfer the letters onto your containers. They look very good. I quite like them. And then I've also done some stickers for my partner's birthday party because I wanted to make little wax seal stamps, but I didn't actually want to make the wax seals. I just wanted to print off a sticker that looked like a wax seal, and I definitely didn't want to cut around each of those individually. So I got the Cricut to do those ones. Oh, look at how cute this looks. I'm so happy. It's so cute. Now we wanted to measure up this spot here so that we can put the tip in and then write the things on the tip in. So I need to figure out how the spacing is going to work on that. And I just hit my elbow and it was not very pleasant. Ouch. So in terms of paper, I have here's a stash I prepared earlier because, as said, I save like every single offcut that I have anytime I make a Dutch door, which is just a little bit of work. We're gonna want this one maybe. I think that might be too small because we only want it to go to like roughly there-ish. And then if that's where it's gonna fold, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that works. 8, 9, 8, 9, 8. We're gonna cut it here because then at least if I decide that I want it smaller, I can make it smaller. But and that's gonna sit roughly there, and it can effectively come up as high as it wants to because that's fine. And then we'll just fold it in half after I've written things on it. This one does not look straight though, so there we go. That's better. Yeah, you love yours, but you definitely need to use it more. Yeah, I mine is similar. Like I like having it. I've also cut out template pieces for my mum for when she wanted to do some work, like quilting pieces, like English paper piecing. I think it's called English paper piecing. And she wanted some, funnily enough, paper pieces to be able to do that. So we used the Cricut to cut those out. After we made the pattern and stuff, but I have technically cut this too small. Maybe if I flip it. Flipping it works. Okay, we'll cut the top off, and then we just need to remember that this is the side that we're writing on, so we're not going to flip it over again. Clink. Yeah, you're working on an English paper piecing project? Nice. Yeah, I can't even remember what it was. I think the quilt was called like geraniums or something like that. And she found a really nice pattern online, but the store that was selling it was just permanently closed pretty much. So she's like, okay, how do we do this? So we like backwards worked to figure out how you would make it and then made it. This is looking a little interesting. Let's see. I think it's just because the color of this notebook paper is ever so slightly different to some of these offcuts that I have. But I guess it's not really going to bother me too much. I just need to figure out where I want to put lines and stuff, because if I've got 8 prompts, I can't put the prompts all separated out like I do over here because I just don't have enough space for that. So I'm going to need to put them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't like that. Don't like that. Put it here. Wait, which side was I doing for this? Trying to figure out where I had things aligned is tricky. 1, 2, 3, because then that would be there, and then I would have to. All right, we're just gonna highlight this bottom line before I change my mind, because I'm thinking too much about this, and I don't really want to do this on this paper, so I'm gonna put a little mark there. And by I don't want to do this on this paper, I mean I don't want to do this while it's over the top of my journal with nothing to safeguard it. You can see I've written out a title there. That's something I wanted to read. So, this is so crooked. I don't like that. Because I'm using the side of my journal to kind of guide my hand, but this is on an angle, so now it's turned out very, very strange looking. No. We're going to use a different one. I'm actually going to get out a new piece of paper rather than try and use an offcut, because I think that was my widest offcut that I had, which is fine. Like I recently just got another piece of notepad paper, like another notepad from Archer and Olive, from their fall release, and I don't have very much space left in my closet for it. I think rather than using this paper, because I don't know if it really shows up on camera, but the paper color is different. I definitely don't think it shows up well on camera, but this is more of a kind of like almost gray tone, and this one is very much like a kind of white. So I might take a piece of paper from the back of the journal, which feels silly when I have as much spare paper as I have, but at least I know it'll match. So before we go and cut a piece off, though, we do want to make sure that we have the sizing of it down. I think I might just cut off more than I need and then save it in the back of the notebook. We're just going to cut off this much. We're going to leave a tail because then at least we know that the notebook paper won't fall out. And we're going to cut from the other side as well so that we don't bend the paper unnecessarily. Yeah. Ha ha ha. What about craft paper instead of cutting? Good question. I would prefer to use white paper for this one, just because I kind of want it to blend more than stand out effectively. So what I want to be able to do here is put my little piece in here, have it like fold over, but effectively look like there's nothing there, like it's not actually a door, is kind of what I'm aiming for. So we're going to cut along that one. We're going to cut a little bit higher than the dot, just a little bit, not a lot. Just so that the dot grid stays there. Because effectively what I kind of want to do is I want it to blend in with the page in such a way that you can't really see it. And also so that then I can kind of decorate over the top of it with the, like this, what's this? Washi tape, and kind of make it look like it kind of like isn't really there, like hidden, sneaky mode. Now, in terms of sizing on the other side, what do we decide was 8? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, we've put that further over now. It's more than 8. I think I do want it to stick the whole way over, because then it gives me more writing space. But if I put it here, then that makes more sense. How much space did you take up? You took up a full 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to count. I'm actually just going to use my ruler. This is why I have this ruler. There we go. Okay. 17 across. So if I do 17 across here, then that's probably a very reasonable decision. That will be for the whole thing. And then if we add a buffer of 2, then we're going to cut that there. Okay, that's reasonable. I know I'm just kind of spouting numbers off. Hopefully by the time that I've actually finished this, it'll make a little bit more sense. And I'm also going to save this offcut with this journal because the paper came from it. So I know that this paper matches this journal. Just makes sense. Now, every second line highlight, go away. We're doing this without you around because last time we tried to use you. It didn't work out. Oh, so much better, so much easier. 1, 3, 5, 7, and then 8 would be above that, and then we can put in like a little header, title, something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't like the idea of there being that much extra space, but it kind of is what it is. So we'll put another stripe in. That looks good. That's okay. We can deal with this. We can deal with it. It's going to be all right. So instead of just writing in the name of the course, I'm going to write the name and the kind of like grade level associated with that prompt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gorge. Random question. Do you ever miss teaching? Yes and no, but then I guess the answer can kind of be yes. I miss aspects of teaching. I miss the creativity of lesson planning and slide making. I miss interacting with my students. But outside of that, I possibly miss like having kind of office banter and colleagues, that kind of a thing, but nothing else really. Like the rest of it, not so much. I think that the perks of working for myself by myself kind of outweigh that decently. But let's see. So alchemy, do I want to say like alchemy, chemie. And alchemy we're doing to a D level, so alchemy, alchemy. And then we have inscription to a Q, so that's 2 for inscription. Which I did not put serifs on before, but have done here. So I want to go and add serifs to it. So then they match. Done. And then artificery. And then we have spells and incantations twice. Spells and incantations. Spells and incantations. Can't write that fast. So in terms of the letter grades, I think I'm just going to put the letter grades in brown as well. I think because it's kind of like it's part of the overall like category, I suppose, or like the thing that dictates the prompt. I want the prompt to be in black, but I want the rest of it to be in the brown color. So I'll put the dashes in black though. With our nice shiny black pen that actually has ink in it. Tee hee. So O Q D O Q O O Q. I was like, oh my gosh, do not stuff this up. You will be spitting chips because you just went to all of this effort to put this on this other little piece of card. And if you're wondering about the highlighted line at the top, is effectively just where I'm going to write out like what each of these little things actually mean. Yeah, teaching is exhausting. 100% agree. And I mean, I think that there are aspects of my job which are tiring, but never teacher tired. Like, I will let myself get tired out because I just really love what I do, and I will just, power through when I'm feeling low energy to get stuff done, which is not necessarily the best choice, but it's the choice that I seem to make. It's cool, but I think that I just remember always coming back for term 1 or, like, first few days of school and getting home and just being like, "I need to go to bed, like, now." Like, hours ago, but now, and just not being able to do anything because I was just so brain dead at the end of the day because you had to be so switched on all the time. Um, I appreciate that, with the work that I do currently, like, yes, there's still brain power involved and stuff, but it's like I don't have to be, like, constantly engaging with uh, you know, students. Not to say that I didn't like engaging with students, but it's just like the level of like switched onness that you need for that is a lot higher than my current job, and I appreciate the flexibility that my current job has. It's nice. So, alchemy. Oh, this is a book that will make you emotional. So, will make you emotional. Emotional. I need to make sure that this pen is fully dry before I try and fold this. So this is going to be traditionally pub from self pub. Definitely didn't have enough space for traditionally, but I put it in anyways. Then we have food on the cover. I suppose, like, if you're doing this kind of a setup, like if you were wanting to set yourself up a journal like this, obviously the layout that you actually go with is probably going to be in part dictated by what calling you do and how many reads you have. And, like, if you're writing all of the little descriptors down and stuff, it's really going to depend on how long those descriptions are. So title has all of the letters of your first name. Title has all one ST. First name letters. TTERS. There we go. Letters. And then for inscription Q, we have color wheel for the title color. So, color wheel for title. Again, we're trying to abridge all of these to make it so that they fit. Artificery, what did we say? It was cover is the color of your birthstone. Birthstone cover color. Beautiful abridging. 5-star prediction. That one's nice and easy. 5-star prediction. And then the in G's videos. Book in G's videos. I need to dry this off, so we're gonna dry. But alrighty, wellness check. Are you doing okay? Have you had some water? Are you making sure to get up and stretch every so often? We're just going to ignore the fact that I haven't. All right, this isn't about me. It's about you. You taking care of yourself? I hope so. Dry it off. I want to make sure that the ink doesn't smudge when I stick this down. Caca. Also, it's time for a bevy break. Tink. There we go. Obviously, if it's the middle of the night, I'm not going to make you get up and stretch. So we get to stick this one down here. Love it. Super cute. I want to trim the bottom of this, though, because I don't want it to encroach on the dot that is going to be underneath there. So we're going to trim this one back. Looking gorgeous. Oh my gosh. Beautiful. Thank you for the water reminder. Most welcome. I'm just curled up in bed because bad pain. Oh, well, at least you got a nice candle. Be careful with yourself. You had your water, but you're laying in bed. All goods. Fair. Well, I was looking at statistics the other day, just out of interest. Number of people who watch on different devices, and I think it's something like 20% of my audience watches on TV, and of the people who watch on TV, they typically watch for longer. So I wonder if maybe there's a decent chunk of people who watch the streams on their televisions. Which of course, like if you're on a TV, it's a little bit hard to like comment in the chat and stuff because you can't really like comment. Oftentimes when I'm watching a stream on the TV, I will get out my phone and have it on silent on my phone so that I can comment in the chat. That's like when I'm watching people who are streaming. But I want to put this here. Super cute. I love it. And then I'm going to need to cut off the top row of dots because that doesn't fit the vibe. It's not the vibe. The vibes were off. Which means that up the top here I can write a little kind of like header or something. You watch on a tablet? Nice. Yeah, that's what you do too. Fair. Only watch on your TV if your husband were out of the house. Yeah, sometimes I watch streams on the TV when I'm like prepping my lunch or something like that, or pottering around in the kitchen or something. It's usually lunchtime when that happens, but it just means that I can still be part of the action, but have it on a screen that's a little bit bigger. Just leave it on the background, leave me running my mouth. I know that Rachel, when she had her baby, there were a couple of times there she's just like, yeah, the baby likes to have people talking, so I just leave your streams on because you never shut up. I'm like, thank you for calling me out, but also I feel very privileged to be part of your baby's life in that way. It's fine with me. So this one is, what do we call it? Is it like a course or a class or a area of magic? I don't know. I'm just gonna call it the course. I'm gonna call it a course. It's fine. So this is because that's the course and then that's the focus. No, School of Magic. That's what they call it. So School of Magic. And then it is the grade. And then it's the prompt. Because, yeah, I would call that a course, but I think that I saw it written somewhere that it was called School of Magic. Shrug. So, again, drying it off. Making sure it's dry. Yeah. Oh, okay. He's not a fan of noises because the YouTube videos are bad noises. Yeah, I find that like anytime Vogel and I have like lunch together or whatever, I'll be like, oh hey, we should like watch a YouTube video kind of thing, and he just automatically like cues his up, and I'm just like, bruh, what do you mean you don't want to watch productivity, personal development, self-help, and cozy book videos? He's like, I don't want to watch that. I'm like, fine. Sigh. So now we get to go and write down what the names of the things are. The lesson focus kind of thing is course focus underneath each of these, and we're going to try and keep them roughly in the middle. Some of these might be a little bit hard to get in the middle, but if we stuff it up, we do have fixes, so that's okay. Get out of here. Go sit up there. Think about what you've done. Chemical breakdown. I think that this one I can make fit the whole way across. Chemical break down. Often when I'm writing these in, I will just start to stretch words out a little bit so that it kind of fits a bit nicer. Then we have component reconstruction, which I feel like is going to need to be tighter. Component reconstruction. There we go. This pen is new and thus a lot more juicy than our previous pen was. There we go. This one is culinary transmutation. I was so tempted just to make my character Ed from Full Metal Alchemist because I was like, he's short, I'm short. It just feels like it's right. What? Also with my Xbox character, like when you make your little Xbox icon or whatever, my Xbox icon has a robotic arm. And I was just like, hey, I could be Ed because he has an arm that is made of metal. Like it just felt right. But I didn't go with that in the end. So Legends and Lattes. This one is for alchemy, culinary transmutation. Culinary transmutation. Gorgeous. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Is there an alchemist calling? I don't know if there's an alchemist calling because I can't remember what they are. Let's go have a look. It's not in this one. We need to go find the other one. That will be in the callings guide. We will need to zoom out. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Scroll, 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 scroll. There is nothing specifically, is there? Let's go see. Spell Sword, Archmage, Moon Warden, Arcane Rogue, Herbologist, Master of Elements, Healer, Story Mage Hunter, Necromancer, Crafts Mage, maybe a Crafts Mage, maybe. Beastmaster, Abjurer, don't know what an Abjurer is, maybe that. Godseer, Mindmender, Alchemist, Scribe, Math Magician, Fey, Wild Cartographer, Dreamwalker, Demonologist, Rift Architect, Star Whisperer, Wild Form Druid, Aldia, Excavationist. I don't know if I can find things in this. Nah, this is a picture, a picture document, but there is an alchemist. Isn't that what we just said? I forgot what we were looking for. Okay, you don't need to call me out, but yeah, very fair. Totally call me out. Wah wah wah. I try. I fail. I try. Just go back to what you're good at, Jess. Write your little descriptions in your book. Oh my gosh. Finding things on the fly is obviously not my strong suit. Strong suit? Strong point? Strength? It's not my strength. So, Art of Decipher is this guy here. I don't think that one's going to take up the full way across though. So we're going to need to do maybe Art of... Should finish it about here. P-H-E-R. It's roughly central. It's kind of off, but it's fine. Let's say you suddenly feel like a change of character. Yeah, no, that I can kind of understand like centering it around a character that you already like and already exists. I know that there's somebody who did theirs that there's this called like Froggo Baggins. So it's effectively Kermit dressed up as Frodo Baggins, which I thought was very funny. Let's see, House of Bane and Blood. That one is related to ink pigmentation. Ink pigmentation. How big is that? Probably about the same as Art of Decipher. Ink pigmentation. It's all guesswork here because that is technically off a little bit, but it's fine. It's all good. This one, book that doesn't exist, is for birthstone properties, which will be bigger than ink pigmentation, so that'll probably be about here. Birthstone properties. And 5-star prediction, that'll be Charm, Dancing Stars. Similar spot. Charm, Dancing Stars. Oh, we did not do well on that one. We left a little bit too much of a gap there, but that's fine. I kind of have a tendency to, for all of my ones, like the centralization is ever so slightly off to the right-hand side usually is where it is, but it's fine. And then this one is a spell. Memory clip. Yay! Oh, it's looking cute. So what we're going to need to do now is we're going to need to stick this guy in at the top so that then we can have the little like folded over section. which means that it's probably about time to fold it in half. Unless I want to try and title the page up first. I'm unsure about that. I think tink is probably a good idea. Have a bevy. Steal your nerves. Okay. We're gonna stick this in. I'm gonna pick out a ticket for there. I think I want to do one that has a mushroom on it because I thought that that would kind of work with the like spring versus fall. I just don't have a mushroom one that goes vertically. I don't think. Yeah, all of my mushrooms are horizontal. So that's a potential. That's a potential. That's a potential. So we've got 3 mushrooms, which is to be expected because I have 3 of each kind of type-ish. I think that I almost want to use brown for this one, but there's not really a lot of space to write. And the reason I want to maybe use brown for this one is that because the other pages are so brown heavy, using a brown header there just looks a little bit silly almost. But having it on here where there's not quite as much brown, I feel like that's a little bit more approachable, maybe. You're gonna sit there. You're gonna be so cute. You're gonna be so cute. Okay, if I fold this in half, hoping for the best here. I totally forgot to pay attention to whether the rest of this ink was dry, but it's cool. It's fine. And then this guy's going to sit there, so it'll be kind of in line with the dock grid quite nicely. So it kind of like blends a little bit. That's the wrong spot for it, but it's going to go here. It's going to go here. It's going to go here. Yeah. Who cut the top of this? I mean, I did, but... So it'll flip out that way. I still feel like it needs to have like a little header or maybe a decorative piece or maybe like a piece of tape, washi-esque kind of thing. Do I just stick it in and then figure it out? No, because then if you want to write a header, it's going to be really hard to write in the crease of the page here. That one's totally smudged, but that's okay. Okay, you're going to sit there. That's going to be cute. This one's going to sit here-ish. I could always just stick the mushroom down and then put it in a little other piece of paper or card or something like that. Maybe. We might do that. We might just trim this in half and then like flip it around and stick it up there. That would kind of work. All right. I'm going to write something on this, or at least stick something on it so that it doesn't look so barren. Just do some kind of washy decorations. Yeah, that'll look okay. We can even have it so it has a little ticket tag thing there. That'll be kind of cute. All right, sticking stuff in. Criterias as in grades? Yeah, that could be something. I mean, I was thinking about putting a header in, but now I think I might just avoid having a header. This kind of stuff, at least if I put it in, it's not so distracting that it's going to be annoying to have it there. And I'm just going to cut the top line off so that then I don't have too much text and also not like half cut off text. So I've got my little cutting mat. Keep things safe. We will need to carefully cut around these letters because we don't want to make a mess of things and we don't want to press too hard and then cut into the paper. That would be rude. There we go. Looks good. And in terms of this little sticky thing, what is it, like a wax seal? I'm going to put the wax seal over the side here. Hee. So cute. There we go. Cut around that. Ow, that was my nail. Be nice to yourself. That actually really hurt. I just got my finger caught underneath my nail. Rude. That looks kind of cute. It's just a little bit of like scribbly decoration type thing. And then it can just sit there. It doesn't really say anything easily readable, so it won't really distract from what I've got here. Like it says like Something simmed glasses of a supernatural something should deed young man with a like it's hard to read, so I don't really mind having it there because it doesn't really distract too much. But now, as we've got that done, we can think about actually sticking it in, because then once it's stuck in, then I can really start to plan out where I put the header on this page, like how I stick the header in. That looks good. We are happy. Do you need to go to this much effort? No. Do I enjoy going to this much effort? Yes. It just makes it feel special. You know, you spend more time and effort and energy on these kind of things. It just, in turn, makes it feel a little bit more lifted, I suppose, in importance compared to regular journal pages. Plus, it's a bit of fun. There we go. That looks good. We need to line this one up carefully. So I'm going to turn it so that then it's a little easier to see where the dots are lining up with each other. Because I have a dot grid edge along here. Oh. It's so cute. Oh my gosh. So there we go. That's where our little flat thing is going to stick in. I wanted this highlighted line to align with this one here. So then we flip it over and now it's like, haha, it's gone. And then you flip back. You flip back. And also because it folds in the same direction as the page, it means that it's not going to get caught when I go to like turn the page, if that makes sense. Like if this was flipped around so it opened up the other direction, then things have a tendency to sometimes get caught when you try and turn the page. This is safe looking, and I like that. I do wish that the lines, like having it on every single line here written out versus here where it's every second line, I do wish they were the same between them, because it does kind of feel like this text is a little more spread out compared to this one. It's like, well, because it is. It's very densely packed here, but it's fine because once you put other bits and pieces over the top of this, it's not really going to be super noticeable, so it's fine. What we are going to do is we're going to stick a little bit of the map tape down and then do some layering and stuff to make it feel a little bit more complete. I don't have a spare piece of map tape, so I'm going to have to rip off a new piece. And I'm just going to tear off some. Which I might end up then going and tearing off some more, but I'm going to just stick it along the top here with the straight edge, please. Thank you. Maybe a little further over. Because what I'm kind of thinking about doing is cutting the tape so that it sits over the top of the door. So when the door is closed, you kind of see all of the tape where the tape is. And then when you open it up, it's just kind of cut along this edge. I feel like I explained that very poorly. We'll see if I can do a little bit of ripping. Neaten it up a little. I mean, technically it's not neatening it up because it's making it more ripped, but... It's also keeping my door closed right now, which is kind of nice too. Keeping it nice and neat. So that's what it looks like when the door is closed. And then need to make sure I've done that the whole way across. Ta-da! The door opens. And I need to make sure that that's trimmed off around that edge because that's sticking out just a little bit, which I don't really want because then it'll get messy and it'll get caught on stuff. See how it will kind of disguise the fact that the door is there a little bit. Not majorly, but what I think I'll do here is I'll stick the little ticket down. And I was almost wanted to come like above, so it kind of looks like a tab. To the extent where I'm wondering if I actually go with the... Oh, I put the mushrooms to the side. If I actually go with the mushrooms or not, because I do like the idea of the mushroom. I think it would look quite cute, but I really want it to come up higher than just sit here. So we'll pull one off. We'll have a look. And I kind of want it to be the same distance as it is over here, or the same kind of size. So that would be roughly where it would get cut. Snip, snip. Need scissors. So I was thinking of just maybe extending it out using the other piece of the ticket like that. Not exactly like this because it looks a little silly, but kind of having that sit down the bottom here. And then having that go up a little higher. Maybe not exactly like that, but I think that looks kind of cute. And I also want to make sure that the text here doesn't look weird, because I don't want it to look weird. I can also pull off another one if need be. And I could make it a little bit thinner. Just a little bit. So that would sit nicely there. And we can do a little bit more layering with it too, because this one doesn't come down quite as far on that side. All right, what we're going to do, we're going to stick this one to that one, just using a little bit of probably regular glue, because it's just going to be the easiest thing to work with. Click, click. I think I'll put the glue on this side. A little bit easier. So I just want it along that edge so that then it'll stick to this guy here. And we're trying to line it up kind of nicely. There we go. Now we have a longer ticket. And it's all right that it's got a line in the middle of it. Like, it's not my favorite thing. I'd prefer if it wasn't there. But we just trim this guy back. So it looks like one continuous unit. And then that will get stuck here. And what I was kind of saying before is I kind of want it to sit over the top so it disguises the door a little bit more. And then you kind of flip it open and there would be like a little tab type thing sticking up the top. I think that'd be kind of cute. We're effectively using layering to disguise the fact that we have a door, like a little door here. I'm almost wondering if I want to stick it a little higher and maybe cut the top of this off a little bit. Yeah, I think that'll probably be fine. Cute. Yeah, glad that you could make it to the live stream. Like an actual live stream too. Even better. That looks swell. We'll stick this here. We're going to write Autumn Equinox on this before we stick it down, just in case, like, I don't know, I completely stuff it up and then I need to make another one, which, fingers crossed, all right? Thoughts and prayers that I don't stuff it up. I'm not going to. Forgets how to spell the word autumn. A-U-T-U-M-N. And then Equinox. E-Q-U-I-N-O-X. Equinox. Dee. Oh, it's going to look so cute. We're going to do a little bit more layering underneath it, in particular with one of those like ticket looking things, little stamp looking things, just to kind of make it look a little bit matchy-matchy, which we like. Love some matchy-matchy. Where is the roll of tape, though? Did you just fall down? Are you still, like, hiding somewhere? No, it's not. Okay, it's not in my hand. That's good. It's a good place to start looking. There you are. Trying to sneak away. And this one has a little yellow border, which is, adds a little bit of color, which is kind of nice. Now, in cutting this one off, because we do have that little stamp motif there, you could trim all the way around the stamp. I don't know how easily you can see the stamp. Yeah, there we go. There's a little kind of like circular stamp on this one, which is very cute, but I'm probably going to be putting this to the left-hand side anyway, so we won't really see it. Plus, it's just like a bit of a mission to cut around, to be honest. So, probably just going to cut through it. Fine, we'll cut around the outside. It's not that hard. It's only on 2 sides. There we go. And again, it doesn't need to be perfect because half of this is going to be underneath the little ticket that we just made for the title. So it doesn't take that much time, really. It's not the end of the world. You can do this. I believe in you. So we're going to stick this actually like along the edge of the door so that then it kind of disguises the fact that the door is there. Because then any variation in the page, I guess depth technically, is going to be kind of masked. It does take a little bit of effort, especially considering this isn't like perfectly square, well, perfectly squared off. But now it's because it falls along that edge, it just hides it a little bit better. And then we can stick that here. We could actually even almost stick it there to make it along that edge of the door, but I don't think I want it quite so close. I do think I'd prefer it to be a little bit further over. So in putting the glue on this one, just need to be careful not to come too high, because if you come up to the top of this, then the back of it's going to be sticky, and we want that to stick over the top of the door, which if it's sticky will then stick the door closed, and then the entire, task in making this completely pointless. Boo hiss. So we're going to put some glue tape on the bottom and some up the sides, but then the rest of it we're actually going to put on the door itself. So Autumn Equinox along the bottom and up the sides to maybe like 3/4 of the way, because then it's safe. You've got enough kind of space available at the top that it's not going to be a nuisance. And I'm going to stick this here carefully, making sure it pokes over the top the way that I want it to. Put it maybe there. That looks kind of cute. And then I'm going to run some glue tape along the top here of the door so that it sticks along there as well. It's so cute. Oh my god, I'm so chuffed with this. Like, this is obviously the most kind of involved part because I wanted to put all of those little prompts in. I haven't used any Dutch doors in my reading journal this year, and I'm thinking that I'm probably going to have to remedy that come next year, but I'm also going to be doing like a lot more reading challenges and stuff next year because I've been really enjoying them. But that looks pretty dang swell. So you can see we now have our little flip out or tip in, flip out, whatever, that has all of the classes or schools of magic, the grades that I need to achieve in them, and then the prompt associated with them. And then we have the books that I'm planning on reading, -2 that I need to figure out what they are. And that's effectively going to be like the last page in the setup, but we still have to do this one. So for this one, I haven't quite decided how I want to lay the page out, but I think what I want to do is I'll get the page out and we'll talk through it, because I want a complete setup. Don't want it to be like half-assed. Boo hiss. That would be this one here, and that would be the calling that I'm doing. So my calling is Archmage. Where is it? Callings. There we go. Cool. Because I I brought it up on the screen for streaming, but like, where is it on my actual screen though? So that would be this one. So in terms of how this page is laid out, I'm like, do I actually want to spend a whole heap of time editing and tweaking this, or do I just want to stick it in because at the end of the day, like, outside of knowing what it is you need to read, it doesn't really matter. But I at least know that I wanna get rid of the 2 because I don't need to have, like, the page number on here. That isn't necessary, and because of that, I'd probably like to move things up a little bit. So I'll kind of show you how I do this. We won't work through the entire process, but I'll show you what I'm gonna do because I still want it to fit the entire of this page. So the dimensions of the layout that we've got here, the dimensions of this page that we're looking at, for Archmage are the right dimensions, but the actual elements on the page I don't really like. So what we're going to do is actually move some space out of the way so I can get to my keyboard, please. And we're going to stop sharing this screen so that we can share a different one. And for that new screen that we're going to be sharing, chuck this over there. New screen we're going to be sharing is going to be for Photoshop, if I can get it to open itself up. Because that's how I do my picture editing. But the long story short of it is effectively that I'm just like chopping and changing different parts of pages to bring them together in order to make a kind of cohesive looking page. But it's only if my computer's going to let me run streaming and Photoshop at the same time, because my computer's been just like a little bit difficult recently, and I'm not too sure what I've done to warrant this kind of like rudeness from it. But I'm getting there with making it so that my office is set up exactly the way I want it to be. It's just taking a hot minute. But in terms of the rest of them, though, other things that I still need to do in here, like along with this page that we're going to be making, I want to... Uh-oh, computer's being rude. I need to go back and add in the information to the novice path. So this is going to be like effectively a little storytelling kind of moment about my character and how they want to undertake the path, and then like, not like them from them point of view, but more so just like story based. I want to add some decoration here, and I was thinking of just using my little stickers, little washi stickers, because then it kind of fits in with how I do my decoration on these pages, which you can see like little stickers that I have there, which is kind of cute. And that, I guess, I don't really need anything else. I was thinking possibly on one of these. Which one was it? Might have been this one, because there's so much like blank space in the edges of this one. I thought I might stick something down about like my guild or something like that, but that would be kind of like a future me problem more than anything else. But all goods. Alrighty, we're gonna do some little bit of decoration here, just so that then it looks like complete and capped off and stuff. And then we'll probably be okay. Now, which piece of decoration do I actually want to use is the real question, because this sticker set is just the greatest. I am so very pleased to have it. I think these ones are a little too floral, but I do have 4 other rolls, so it's all good. I think I want ones that are a little bit more leafy rather than floral. And I only need a couple, like maybe one here and one there, and then that'll probably be sufficient. I don't need it to be too cram-packed with decoration. Just a couple small elements. I'm going to do a little moth. Don't really need a moth. I like this one for the fact that it is kind of shallow. And I like that one. I'm going to put that one in. I think that's one of my favorite pieces. So I'm going to put that one here. And that one's done. I do try and mix and match between them, because otherwise I end up using up one of the rolls quite quickly and then have a lot left on the other ones. Something that I try to do to balance them. But this set in particular is from the washi tape shop, but I know that they didn't have it in stock last time I looked, which means that they may have completely sold out of it, which would be sad. But you can find this on other corners of the internet by looking up, I think it's called like Misty Flowers washi sticker set or something like that. I haven't bought it from those other locales, but the description pictures look exactly the same, so I assume that they are the same thing. We're going to do some washi layering in the rest of these spots just to fill in some of the blank space, because I have some cute little brown washi tapes. One of them has musical notes, which I think kind of fits with the fact that this is supposed to be the continent that has the most like bards and inns and all of that kind of stuff, taverns. So this is like part of my character's heritage. Just a little bit. And we will layer something else on top of it as well. And just like a very small piece for the top. So that then it has a little bit of visual interest. Now I need a thin washi tape. Will I find one? Possibly not. I could cut off some strips of this though. Just to like a little bit. But that text is very present. So I think that I will instead do some grid tape. And then that will probably look quite nice. It's like a peachy, kind of like pale pink kind of toned one. I'm going to cut it and also cut it in half because I don't need quite as much of it. If I can find my scissors. Like, and there we go. And then cut that there. So then we can have like a piece of it here, which I think I want to rip the end off. So I'm going to stick it here, even though I'm going to end up ripping it a little bit more. Yeah. And rip the other end of it off. Don't leave your scissors lying open on your journal. You'll lean on them and then you'll get sore because you leant on scissors. And then the other one we're going to do a little bit at the top. Be kind of cute to layer it over that too. If I can swing it that way. Sometimes ripping these is really hard, especially when you're only ripping the very edge of the tape off. A little bit challenging. You may have said this already, but how can we join this readathon still? So you can still join the readathon for sure. If you want to join, then there is a video in the description box that kind of takes you to the person who actually runs this readathon, because it's not my readathon. And she has a lot of great information about it. What I will say is that you do not have to do everything I have done if you want to join this readathon. Like, if you want to join this readathon right now, it's just design your character using the different materials that are available. Effectively, you want to pick a name, a race or heritage, a background, so like urban or wildling kind of thing. Wilding. Province, so that's where you hail from in terms of like which of the 4 continents you come from. And then the part that kind of actually matters, I suppose, no offense to the character development, which is a lot of fun, so like it matters in that respect. But the stuff that actually kind of matters is the guild and the calling, because that will dictate what it is you're going to be reading for the, I don't know, month ahead, if you decide to do it all in a month kind of a thing. I'm not going to be doing all of this in a month. I'm going to probably take until next April to finish all of these, but this is at least 6 of the 8 books that I plan on reading to fulfill the prompts that I have for my character. So, looks pretty cute. I think that little bit of decoration just is kind of nice. I think this is a little high. I'd like this to be just a little bit lower, because as we know, I'm kind of particular about these things. That looks good. That one's fine. I mean, I'd prefer the overlap a little bigger, but I think that if I pull it up, then it's going to look a little bit barren underneath it, so that looks good. In summary of the things that we've done, we've got our map, right? We have Aldea. We're going to Aurelium. We're going to study magic. Awesome, because we're wizards or whatever. We have the history of Aldea. We have our character in particular, or my character in particular. Her name is Rain. She is awesome because I spent time and effort making her. Yay. We have her heritage study, so the books that she read to find out more about where she's from and her race and all of that kind of thing. We have Kerador, which is the place that she hails from. We have dwarves. she is a dwarf. We have the novice path, which is the trek to the magical realm of Aurelium, whatever, the magic school. I'm going to write a little blurb about her thoughts, feelings, and whatnot. We then have trekking the novice path, so the reads that she's either already done or is yet to do, to fulfill each of the prompts on that. Completely not necessary, but I thought it would be fun. We have the questionnaire that you go through to figure out which of the guilds you should be in, and the guild that I got sorted into was the House of Arcane. So then based on that, you have unique calling available to you if you want to do that one. You have specialities from your guild, that kind of stuff. We pick our conduit. I decided to go with a spell book. So over here we have some research about my gear, so research about the spell book, and then research about the Locket of the Clear Mind or Clear Mind whatnot, which I went with the Never King. Again, super not necessary, but I wanted to do it. This is where I'm going to be putting my calling, and the calling I've gone with is Archmage. So then these are the reads that I did based on that, or did / am going to do. Still need to go and make that page, but right now my stomach has been growling for the last half hour, so I'm going to go have some lunch. Hopefully you enjoyed this video. If you wanted to check out more reading journal inspiration, then the playlist we have on screen here is worth checking out. Otherwise, I will see you next time. Bye for now.